pain. Vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps, feel our malice. For every soul they took away, rearm and take our aim. Rain down the fire like rain. You will stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps, feel our malice. For every soul they took away, we arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like we'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To the knowledge so intent on our end, we refuse to let you have the final say. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. When the ring down, we must survive. Relive the pain and turn it on love. 'Cause we must live up to our clouds move closer, but with a deeper sweat. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah. I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 15
变革轰然来袭，峡谷已是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，挟一子，去九州。乾坤未定，这一手步步为营。驰歌试马少年们，这个夏天，寸土必争。
Hello everybody and welcome back to week number 1 of the Rumble stage. It's day number 3 here in the LPL as we continue our tournament, and already things have been kicking off. Already results have been crazy. In the 2 days that we've played so far, everything's got mental. I'm joined by Trouble. Trouble, we've got more great games coming up today, but we've already had ridiculous games. I mean, Rumble stage has already gone past my expectations.
I feel like this is what everyone's been waiting for, you know, the bottom of the table teams trying to fight and claw their way back up, and especially we get all the top of the table teams finally meeting each other in best ofs. It has been a crazy scenario. Talking about crazy scenario, I mean, the 2-0 for RA wasn't so crazy, but Weibo beating the undefeated king so far in the LPL, it was absolutely crazy. And I feel like the funniest part is that people were talking about expect the unexpected with Weibo. When they're expected to win, they lose. When they're expected to lose, they win. I mean, are they back? Are they not? I'm not sure.
I mean, the big question is, like, Weibo, how do they do it? Every time they face JDG, they somehow reach deep within themselves and they show up big time. Today, though, Ultra Prime versus IG to start us off. Kind of a rematch from the previous group stage, the first one that we're going to see. And then it'll be NIP versus LNG. Two teams that, you know, made it into that upper group, but whether or not they're in the greatest form is a different question. And I think this will be a good series for us to get a real level of how they're going to look now that Fearless Draft is gone.
Yeah, there were rumors and a lot of back and forth over in spring, as in who is the best third or fourth team potentially in the LPL. You know, LNG was inching in, then NIP took that slot from them, and I feel like maybe LNG does have the time to redeem themselves going up against an NIP that doesn't necessarily look as rock solid as they looked in spring.
No, certainly not. I mean, let's take a look at our groups before we jump into the specifics of our two matchups. Obviously, on the left there, we've got Group Ascend. On the right, you've got Group Nirvana. We'll be starting off in Nirvana today with Ultra Prime versus IG. Both teams yet to play. However, in their previous group, they went 1-1 between each other across their series. And then we'll move into the left-hand group, Group Ascend, where it'll be LNG versus NIP. Again, their first series of the group. First time these guys have played since spring. So I'm excited to see how that second series goes. But honestly, this first series, like IG and Ultra Prime, they both beat each other during the placement series. They both managed to get a win on the board. Ultra Prime starting Group D really, really strong. They looked like they would be a team that made it through into the upper group against all odds. And then IG beat them at the final hurdle, 2-0'd them, and removed them from play. IG beating Ultra Prime is the reason that Weibo is in Group Ascend. So if you're a believer in Weibo, if you're a disbeliever in Weibo, you want to watch this series because this could be vindication.
I feel like I wish I could do it as well as Ender does it, but he says grudge match, and I feel like this is what it is between Ultra Prime and IG. As you mentioned, I know that Weibo will be very happy that IG did manage to beat Ultra Prime. However, Ultra Prime are not happy with it at all. I feel like they've had an uphill battle. I feel like they somehow found themselves in this meta, particularly for Hacker, who received so much criticism over in spring. The AP meta seems to suit him so well. Yuakai on more of an AD-oriented mid laners as well. It feels like this duo is doing so much better. And the ever asked question is, what's the support that's going to make Doggo shine? You know, he's playing with two world champions, Baolan, Crisp. They were not good enough. Niket seems to be kind of the more aggressive version of both, honest, right?
I don't know if that's if you've worked with two world champions and it didn't look good. Maybe the question moves away from who the support is. I don't want to throw too much blame, but the way you word it there does make it sound a little bit like maybe Doggo is the problem. I will say, yeah, Doggo's made a few mistakes across the course of this split. There's been a few times that Ultra Prime kind of fall behind because Doggo's mispositioning or getting caught out. I feel like there are both sides of the map for Ultra Prime. If they start to fall behind, it really falls apart fast. And it's down to this mid-jungle duo, Yukai and Hacker, that kind of need to control the game and need to get the game ahead. And Niket is actually a big part of that, moving away from Doggo and being part of that three-man squad to set up these neutral objectives and to find picks. If they can work in that way and Doggo and Qingtian can kind of just hold the fort, farm the waves, try not to die too much, you know, like, genuinely, I think this is a really good team. It's just a question of whether or not that can happen on the day. But let's take a look at their opponents as well. IG coming on in. And remember, this was a pretty experimental roster. YSKM moved back into that top lane. GLFS, Nani, Arn, and Vampire. And I have to say, for me, Arn has been a standout here. I'm personally president of the Nani fan club, but he has had a couple of dodgy games as well, it has to be said. But he's also had some big hard carry games. Arn has been the really consistent carry on this roster, I'd say.
Yeah, I feel like every single time IG managed to facilitate for and to carry for them, it has looked exceptional. I'm just going to leave IG with the last series that we saw from them, which was versus Ultra Prime, which was the 2-0 that you previously mentioned. And I feel like their team fightings looked on point. It felt like every single neutral objective, they were able to set up their vision. They were ready to take these fights. And I feel like if anything, Ultra Prime need to revisit that series and see what they did wrong for themselves. We even had good old YSKM Fiora coming out in this particular series, and I feel like it was really funny because during that particular game, I remember Namera saying specifically, man, you know, like good vintage YSKM, now he has been doled down, he has to play the tanks, and the second game just slams that Fiora in and wins the game. I think it was like the cherry on top.
Yeah, it was something beautiful to witness. We also got on playing his Draven as well, which is always very fun to watch. And, you know, that kind of goes to what we were just talking about, where like if the side lanes are in peril for Ultra Prime, it starts to look really dicey really quick. Well, Fiora pressuring at the top side, Draven pressuring in the bot side, like that is pretty much worst case scenario for Ultra Prime, where they've got these losing side lanes and suddenly the map is on fire and suddenly, you know, it's pretty, when like Hacker was playing Nidalee in that second game, it's pretty damn hard to win as a Nidalee when your side lanes are losing hard. Like there's very little you can do in that scenario.
See, even though I did say I do really enjoy Hacker on AP picks, I don't want to say that I'm in the Nidalee hate club. I'm just going to word it as in, if you're not a specific someone and your name starts with can and ends, you know what else, just do not play Nidalee. It just doesn't work. I think we have a couple of good Nidalee players here in the LPL as well. Kanavi, of course, being one of them. However, I feel like with teams that are very consistently inconsistent in the way they want to play around on the Rift, I feel like maybe deviating away from picks like the Nidalee. As we mentioned before, Hacker has been really good on things like the Lilia, the Karthus, things that can output a lot of AP damage later on in the game and farm super fast.
Yeah. Shout out Shun as well. He's very much in the can play that camp. Was Nani crying there? That's worrying for IG coming into the game. I hope he's doing okay.
Either that or he's sweating. Maybe it's really hot.
Maybe it's really hot. I hope it's really hot in there. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen when we get onto the stage. Regardless, Invictus Gaming, plenty of fans coming out to see them today. I would say, I don't know, even though IG 2-0'd Ultra Prime at the end of that group, I still think on paper Ultra Prime are the favourites, at least in my mind today. Whether or not IG can repeat what they did previously is a different question. But in terms of like across that whole group stage, I'd say we saw higher highs from Ultra Prime, and I do believe that they can return to that form. Whereas with IG, I feel like the wins that we did see felt more like a flash in the pan. However, there was more wins towards the second half of that group stage, so perhaps it was them starting to warm things up a little bit, and perhaps we are going to see more from IG today. Maybe, I mean, this is the first series for both of these teams. Whoever does show up today, this will be the start, that first step on the journey, and potentially still making it to playoffs. Remember, top 4 teams from the Nirvana group can still make playoffs. They'll have to go into the playoff play-in stage to make it through into playoffs, but it's still very possible, and it would lead to a hell of a story if one of these teams from the bottom group wins a best of 5 just to make it into playoffs, into the first round of playoffs, and then goes all the way through that bracket. Like this sets up for the most insane miracle runs available.
However, if you think about it, I feel like Ultra Prime could definitely be one of those teams. They were in Group D. That was the group of death. Starting D as well, that is perfectly fitted because you had 5 teams in there. And within those 5 teams, you had AL, NIP, and Weibo Gaming, which all 3 of them were the favorites to make it out of the group. Now, did they make it out of the group? Yes, all 3 of them did end up making it out of the group, with Weibo just about scraping by and taking that last spot away from Ultra Prime's hands. However, seeing how this group played out, a lot of these teams were dropping games to IG and Ultra Prime. Weibo dropped one, NIP dropped one to IG. So I feel like if any team has what it takes to climb out of this group and face the big dogs of the league, it would be Ultra Prime.
Let's see if they can. Ultra Prime going to step out onto the stage there. Qingtian, the first one coming out. And I think Qingtian, a player that, you know, I think a few people have fond memories of him from his time on Top Esports. I don't feel he's really been at that same level. I don't feel like he's really been able to hold his own in the top lane this split. Hopefully, I'm like, you know, Nars come back into the meta. That was something he was very comfortable on. It feels like Renekton is pretty high priority on this patch as well. Comfort picks are back for him. Perhaps he can show us a little bit more of what we saw a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I feel like for Qingtian, I'm trying to like weigh my words here when I look at the top side of the map for Ultra Prime, because I feel like it's been extremely inconsistent. I think he's one of those players that have been solo queued most times out of any other player, or like close to top 5 of most solo deaths out of any other player. And I get it, like top laners usually get isolated and die. However, a lot of those isolated deaths are 1v1s. versus other top laners. And I feel like it is on the day whether Qingtian is going to be locked and loaded and give us those glimpses that you mentioned from top esports, or we're going to see the top lane fall apart. And we mentioned how important it is for the side lanes of Ultra Prime to not actually fall apart. Doggo needs to do his work. Qingtian needs to do his job as well, just for Hacker and Yokai to be stable in the middle of the map to do their thing.
Yokai's going to slam Galio now, just so he can definitely be there when shenanigans start occurring in the top lane. We'll have to see. IG stepping out onto the stage here. And perhaps that could be a strategy. Maybe Qingtian could be the target of the draft here for IG. I mean, you've got YSKM up in the top side. We already saw a Fiora performance out from him against Qingtian last time around. I mean, Camille is back. YSKM loves a bit of Camille. We'll have to see. I think there's a very, very solid carry top angle here for IG in this matchup.
Absolutely, and I feel like for YSKM, his Jax has also been pretty much perma-banned every single time he's on the Rift. It's one of the first 3 bans. However, you mentioned Camille. He's picked up Fiora as well, which is a champion that is so difficult to deal with unless you shut it down over in the early game. And in particular with Qingtian's champion pool, where he tends to go more for those tank-oriented champions to fit the team comps that Ultra Prime wants to play. I'm not sure how you would be able to shut down YSKM on a sideline.
No, I'm not so sure. One pick in the top lane as well that's worth a mention is the Rumble. It's something that Ultra Prime ban almost every single game. They've banned it in 80% of their games. They ban it blue side, they ban it red side. They don't care which side of the map they're on. They don't want Rumble in the game, which it does hurt when you've got a permanent ban like that. It's, you know, a player like Qingtian, you'd expect him to be able to play something like the Rumble, but clearly not something that they're comfortable with. It essentially means that you get a ban shaved out of your pool. I wonder if perhaps YSKM can take advantage of that if it does slip through. I don't know if it's necessarily a YSKM pick either, but I mean, when it's as strong as it is, I feel like most pros will be happy to give it a go.
I feel like looking at the Rumble towards the top side of the map, it feels like Hacker would have to play something a little bit more on the facilitating side. You know, the Sejuanis, the Maokais, potentially even going towards something like a Zinza or things like that. And again, I feel like Ultra Prime have been thriving a lot when Hacker has been on those AP carries. Getting a Rumble towards the top side of the map would make it extremely AP heavy for the side of Ultra Prime. So it does hurt when you're banning Rumble, even on blue side, and you could be taken away. You could flex it over to support as well. However, I feel like with the way that Ultra Prime have been playing their games, it's a pretty fitting ban.
Certainly would be. IG, can they pull it out? Nani looking stressed on the
He's
stage.
massaging his eyeballs.
He certainly is.
I don't know what that does.
I don't know, but I might give it a try myself now. Like, I'm just sort of curious.
I'm pretty sure our eyeballs don't have like muscles
I
like
don't know, it
on
feels
the
kinda
eyeball.
nice. Maybe the eye socket has nerves or something. I don't know. Anyway, eyeball massages aside, we'll see how Nani performs today. I've got to be honest, I'm just a little bit nervous about it. Just seeing him on the camera today, he's not giving me strong, confident vibes, you know? Whereas Arn, on the other side, fully reclined in the chair, hands behind the head, maximum comfort vibes.
Absolutely. He is the veteran of the team after all. That'll be his 3rd, going on a 4th year onto IG. And I feel like you mentioned it as well. This matchup is so important for both of these teams. You only get to play each other once, and climbing out of this group is so important because, as it was mentioned earlier in the season, in the very nice explainer video that we had, if you don't make it out of this group, you get a pretty hefty good start for 2025. Preparation for 2025. And you definitely don't want to be doing this because even though it sounds all great, it necessarily is not. Because you will be missing out on opportunities of not only facing the top dogs in the league, but also missing out on Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to miss playoffs. It's as simple as that, isn't it, at the end of the day? Ultra Prime versus IG, though. This is their first chance to step onto the stage in the Rumble stage of the LPL. Ultra Prime going to be on our blue side as we kick off our first draft. Now, we mentioned that Rumble has consistently been banned by Ultra Prime. Well, YSKM has not got a single professional game of Rumble either. So it's possible that Rumble just completely sneaks through this draft. Instead, it's comfort picks of the Ziggs, the Draven, the Jax being banned away.
And Skarner has slipped through the cracks as well. It is something that Xingqian has been falling into a lot lately. However, with the Rumble being open in the pool, I feel like it becomes a little bit dangerous playing a tag into the Rumble that can burn you down. I find it a little bit funny how we have completely shifted away from the Fearless draft. Right now, every team will be able to play the same champion again if it falls into their hands. However, it's so important to mention that it doesn't matter whether they fit the comp or not. Jax, Draven, and Ziggs, and has been banned out completely right there, as well as YSKM.
So Tristana Brand comes through for IG. We'll see if the Corki is going to be the answer for Ultra Prime. Has not been banned. The question will be, what jungler do you then want to take? Because the Zyra's gone, the Karthus is gone, the Brand is gone, but instead, the Ket goes for the Braum to set up for Doggo being safe down in that bottom side, and then the Corki locked in. So I wonder what jungle they're thinking about here, because IG now have a great opportunity to just ban away the rest of the AP junglers.
I think Maokai could be something that Hacker could be looking into. Yes, not necessarily the carry AP that you would be looking for in the jungle. However, going more towards the Liandry's build, especially when IG could be building towards a very, very squishy team. Those seeds could be doing a lot of work. YSKM, you mentioned it, Camille rising up, locked in. Now, we don't know if this is going to be Vampire or YSKM. It does look like a YSKM pick, but it could very easily be flexed into the bot side.
The amount YSKM was nodding on the stage as is locked in, you know he's slamming that one. Darius banned away from Xingqian as well.
I don't know if you would want to play it into Braum either, so it's most likely going to be a top side pick.
Definitely going into the pocket of YSKM there. Denies one of the big counters in that. Darius, that also happens to be a pocket pick for Xingqian. And I will say, I'm looking at this draft from Ultra Prime. There's a lot of poke there. And I was thinking about, you know, what junglers are available. You talked about the Maokai already. Things like the Sejuani potentially. You could go with a melee top lane. The thing is, I think we're going to see an Italy from Hacker. I think we're going to see an attempted full poke composition. Yeah, Xingqian was laughing. I wonder what
Let me tell you, it tells all this time. YSKM picked Fiora the last time these two top laners met, which was literally like a week and a half ago. And Fiora is a really, really good pick into the later stages into Camille. Camille wins the early, but the Fiora gets to win the side lane. And reminder right here, it is up to that side lane to stabilize the map for both teams right here, as their mid jungles really rely on that to make their plays early on.
We'll see if he's willing to go for it. I don't think he's ever played it in his career. I'm just having a look through his stats, and I don't think there's a single Fiora game could take that skill matchup up in the top side.
No time like the present, Munch. No time like the present.
I mean, we're obviously going to hover the Rammus. Doggo just referencing that one absolutely abhorrent game from last year. I can't remember the last Ultra Prime draft I saw where they didn't hover the Rammus for at least a bit. It's going to be that Gnar. We talked about this being comfort for Xingqian way back in the day on top esports. It's back in the meta once more, so he goes for it once again. Kindred coming through. This is a lot of AD on the side of Ultra Prime. They have no AP threat right now.
I wouldn't mind seeing something like the Maokai being locked in right here. Again, a little bit more AP. The seeds are hurting. There is not necessarily a heavy tank on the side of IG, and you are looking for your carry down the bot lane. So the team is going to be extremely squishy. It is going to be the Sejuani in the end. However, I'm looking at the Gnar pick, and traditionally you would pick the Camille into the Gnar because mid Gnar form is very susceptible to taking very heavy trades against him, especially when you're playing that Camille. So Xingqian feeling extremely confident that he can play this matchup versus a very expert player on Camille.
I mean, he looked comfortable, didn't he? But let's see how that one's going to pan out. YSKM, famous for these kinds of high skill, high mechanical picks. We've seen his Camille before, and it's looked pretty damn good. So fully expect this to be a solid game. Believe it or not, his win rate on Camille in professional play is actually 50%. He's got 32 games. Part of that being that he's, generally speaking, not been on fantastic rosters, so you can never fully just take stock of win rates alone. But we know that he's very comfortable on the pick. Let's see how it's going to pan out. Let's talk compositions holistically, though, because we've got a lot of poke on the side of Ultra Prime. Whereas for the side of... on the side of IG, we've got a lot of poke. No, yeah, Ultra Prime, we've got a lot of poke. IG, a lot of all-in coming on through.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be all for one and one for all for the side of Ultra Prime, whilst for Invictus Gaming, it's all for themselves. They've got very good individual tools at diving into the backline and finding that one target to assassinate, especially having that Kai'Sa and the Camille combo. You can very easily just jump on one target and make them disappear. The question here is, that's a very BLGS comp with 4 carries. Can they make it work?
Only time will tell. It's about time we head into both of these teams' first series here in the Rumble stage. It's a rematch from Group D. It's a rematch from those placement games. IG were the team that denied Ultra Prime Group Ascend. If they'd won that series, Ultra Prime would be in the upper group. Instead, they are here in Group Nirvana, and they are looking for revenge. I've got to say, much stronger Gyos in the IG camp. Not that surprising. Ever since 2018, I don't know what it was about that year, but IG suddenly seemed to be very, very popular. And I will say, aren't even running the IG skin there on the Kai'Sa.
I was about to say, there's a hint on the rift.
Is YSKM running Ning's skin as well? Because there's an IG Camille and an IG Kai'Sa available to them. I hope that they're both running the IG skins. We'll have a look when the camera pans up towards YSKM.
I was about to say, we're talking about Doggo having played with Baolan before, and An is cosplaying. He's bringing out his inner Jakilov. However, there is a little bit of a joke. Remember last time Elk played the Kai'Sa? It's not going to be. It's not going to be the skin.
Bro.
Last time Elk played the Kai'Sa, he did channel a little bit of his inner Jakilov on that skin. You know, the skin makes you do things, makes you play a little bit more aggressive. However, here, I think An is going to have a lot of pressure in his hands to figure out how he wants to play this particular game. He gets heavily outranged by the likes of a Corki and an Ezreal later on in the team fights, and I feel like his job is going to be more likely diving into the backline together with YSKM, having the right target. They need to be very careful when to do this and how they're going to be enabling that Kai'Sa to dive into the backline, because there's a lot of peel on the side of Ultra Prime, and this is exactly what we talked about, by the way, on the Gnar being picked into the Camille and not the other way around. Camille used to be like the it pick into the Gnar because it can really punish the mini Gnar form.
My favorite Gnar counter has always been that Yasuo. It's the hidden tech. Oh, Nani already flashes, doesn't have the W. That's first blood for Yukai. Nani having a bit of a struggle in the mid lane.
Exceptionally good start from Ultra Prime. Hacker's gonna clear his entire top quadrant, takes the flash of the mid laner, gets a kill on his mid laner, 600 gold lead right now onto the Corki. And we mentioned how important that mid-jungle duo has always been for Ultra Prime. Now, of course, not in the hands of Hacker to carry this game, but given a very good head start on Yukai.
So, fantastic start for Ultra Prime. Yukai already off to the races, and we said, like, Hacker and Yukai, these are the main characters for Ultra Prime in their wins. These are the guys that have been able to take over the game. Hacker already starting strong, and I love it when you get a Sejuani in the draft and they're proactive early. You see some Sejuanis just farming up, waiting until level 6. You can gag from level 2. You can really get in those lanes, and Hacker knows it. Now, headed towards the bot side, and Niket and Doggo moving over as well. Potential for a 3v3 here as the grab is going to go down to IG. A little bit late to the play. Ultra Prime really committing to this one. Vampire over the wall. Just a bit of damage. And now Nani going to get reinforcements from his own jungler as the bomb on Yukai's head does get a bit of a trade back.
I love the more aggressive playstyle that we're seeing right here from Ultra Prime. That's exactly what brought their downfall. I feel like IG took the fight to them in the previous best of in the group stage when these two teams met. However, it is going to be in favor of IG right here, GLFS, with the double scuttle grab. And this is what you're expecting, right? When you've got a farming jungler on one side and a more of a ganking facilitating jungler from the sort of Ultra Prime. Every single time the ganking jungler shows on the map, you will lose something in return, especially when we're talking about such a fast clearing jungler such as Brand. And it's a good thing for GLFS because he is looking to carry the game himself right here. He's one of the key carries.
An has been the guy we've talked about as being stable, being that stalwart AD carry, but steps up in the lane. Doggo and Niket delay the recalls to catch him unawares. Fantastic little bit of G's. That is some good play.
He was trying to scout to see if they had actually left the lane. However, you're face shaking into a brush that you have absolutely no vision into a Brom Ezreal. There's such easy follow-up. If the Q hits from Niket or the passive even from the auto attack and Hacker.
Wait, he just Q's into the pit. Like, wait a second, my bot lane have just reset. Why? Suddenly I'm alone. He's got to. That's the worst thing I've seen in weeks.
I'm kind of speechless right there. I think that was a very fast Dragon from IG because they knew after the kill in the bot lane, Ultra Prime's bot lane would have to back. Again, it comes back to how quickly Brand clears and how much damage this champion has in his base kit with just spells. He's got the ashes as well. He's really, really hurting any neutral objective right now. So the fact that they knew Ultra Prime had reset, that was a very cheeky, quick Dragon. They wanted to sneak under IG. I feel like Hacker thought no one was gonna be there. There's no way these guys are just gonna take support and jungle and just do the Dragon. That's exactly what IG did. Very clever move from them, and they grab a kill onto their Brand as well.
Yeah. As the pressure continues down in this bottom side, Vampire almost kicked out of lane. Doggo really utilizing this Ezreal pick to build pressure, and the combination of Ezreal and Braum, the speed at which you can get that stun going. Hacker at least does get one neutral objective uncontested. That's 3 grubs in the top side for Ultra Prime. And I will say, we talked about Doggo being a player that has made some early mistakes and perhaps just wants to play safe and not fall too far behind. He is well ahead in this game, 20 CS up as they're now getting plates. They got that kill onto Arn before as well. They are absolutely taking over the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and it's supposedly Kai'Sa countering Ezreal right there. She can take the 1v1. Her ultimate is so useful here because every time Ezreal will stop to channel his ultimate, you can dive straight into the backline, which means you don't get hit by it. So there's a bunch of spells that actually counter what Ezreal wants to do. You can play within the wave as well with Kai'Sa, and of course Ezreal cannot hit you with his Q, which is the most damage output that he puts out of all his abilities. However, An losing both of his summoners right here, every single time a Q lands, every single time Niket steps forward, it becomes a little bit dangerous for such a short-range AD carry. Nani, it's gonna fancy a little bit of trade. However, every single lane for Ultra Prime has been pushing.
Certainly has been. Hacker is loving it. That's going to be another plate, solo plate there for Doggo, as he'll get his reset off. And honestly, he might. Dare I say, has he finished a Triforce already? Probably not quite finishing it because of the tier as well. I think he'll just be on components here. But he's getting damn close. He's getting real strong at that Ezreal. Maybe able to pick up boots depending on his runes. There you go, yeah. Ionian boots and a longsword on top. Doggo is really taking over this game. Yokai on a similar lead in the mid lane as well. IG, though, want to make something happen. GLFS moving towards that mid lane, but both him and Vampire are spotted on the plethora of wards.
And Ultra Prime must be feeling very confident, especially moving into that late game. However, the damage output is not as easy as it is for IG. The execution, though, is much easier. And talking about execution, that's a 3v2 in the bot side.
Certainly is, and Hacker's got ult. Vampire caught up immediately. He's got flash, but I don't think he'll get any chance to use that. Doggo with another kill, and they're quite happy with just the one. They'll shove that wave in. Fantastic.
I love the fact that they went for Vampire there as well. Has the flash, doesn't even have to burn it. He knew he was dead to rights. Now underneath the tower. And you see how oppressive this Braum Ezreal lane can be. Again, I want to reiterate, there's no more fearless right here. Once you take a champion, you can re-pick it. We've gone back to the old format of picks. So Doggo looking that scary right here with Ezreal. IG have to start thinking about the champion. It has been rising a lot in popularity, and even though it's not the fastest of wave clears,
Oh, no.
he's pretty good at
He's
skirmishes.
going to go for Vampire again. Magnet Storm Doggo trying to get away, but Arn is untouched in this fight. This could be a double kill for Arn, but suddenly the stun is stacking up. Arn, no, the Q goes wide. No, Arn wasn't stunned in time, and suddenly Arn's back on top of the play again. Hacker moving down to try and turn things, jump straight onto Vampire. There's one, and now stacking the stun onto Arn as well. Niket desperately trying to get over to his jungler, and Arn forced a flash at the end.
Just about. And gets out there, and they're diving Chington to the top side.
I don't know if he gets out of this one alive. Hextech Ultimatum makes it difficult. The burn
he goes
ticking
Mega!
down. Oh, he turns Mega! Then he survives. Yuakai chasing as well. Yuakai saves the day, and Jingtian, he's angry.
We have so much action on the reef. Bot lane taking the 2 versus 2. Ann and Vampire coming out on top of that, and IG making a play towards the top side of the map where they do have the numbers advantage. Whilst that resulted in Nani pushing that mid lane tower, grabbing the tower plating for himself as well, and grabbing a kill, as well as saving his cleanse right here. And I feel like it's very important to get some gold back onto this Kai'Sa. Doggo has been farming a Storm, taking all those tower platings towards that bot side of the map. So very good stuff right there from IG. Extremely proactive onto the map. Bot lane play instantly onto the top side play.
Oh, Hacker has ultimate. And he jumps, still has flash, so not going to pull the trigger. GLFS moving into the bottom side now. Doggo just going to arcane shift over the wall. Will keep himself safe. Drake is up, and that is exactly what IG are looking towards. They've already got one on the board for themselves. They'd love to turn it into a second, but not confident enough to just start it up.
Yeah, I don't think Ultra Prime have any business walking into this river. Yokai, very low on mana, has not reset yet. It would be really hard to take this fight. Plus, if you look on the top side of the map, Chin doesn't have his TP up and available. However, YSKM, if he wanted to join this fight and make it into numbers advantage for IG, he very well could.
Yeah, TP, like you say, available for YSKM. Ultra Prime start the Drake.
Oh, he's going back to base.
They back away, and instead move up towards this mid lane. Yokai going to just force Prio there, clear the wave away, and then perhaps move back towards this Drake once again. YSKM still up in that top side as Ultra Prime really undecided. They're losing a wave to the tower bot for this, by the way, while they just back and forth between the lanes. Doggo was moving towards the mid lane, but now he's changed his mind, and he was moving bot, but now he's changed his mind and he's recalling it. It's just going to be the whole wave gone in the bottom side.
Yeah, and I feel like these are the inconsistencies that we see here from Ultra Prime. You can clearly not take that trade. You do not have TP with your Corki. You do not have mana on your Corki. You could not be taking any fights in the river. However, there was a bunch of back and forth. They were pulling the dragon, that they were stopping the dragon. They could have done much earlier what they're doing right now. Hacker just trades the Rift Herald for the dragon. And I know this is going to be the second dragon for IG. However, we've mentioned again how Ultra Prime have a lot of ease in execution when it comes to those team fights. So when the third dragon comes up for IG and you do have the items, because Doggo has been getting ahead onto this Ezreal, you could very easily force a fight around this. However, these inconsistencies and these indecisions are what have put them behind in games.
Hacker moves up to the top side now. YSKM needs to have a good wall dive, but in fact he's just stunned immediately. Hextech Ultimatum to buy time,
He's out.
and he actually dives onto the wall. He gets out. Yokai doesn't tank another shot, gets away with his life. Jingtian about to turn Mega, so I'm not sure IG can chase for this one. But hey, they got YSKM out. That's the main objective.
Great roam right there for Vampire to be on the top side of the map. YSKM cold-blooded, and now Chintian is left all alone.
He stayed just a little bit too long trying to clear that wave, and now the Magnet Storm comes in. The damage is plentiful. And GLFS will grab his second kill of the game. He's already got that Leandries. This brand is really starting to speed up in pace.
See, here's the thing. Usually when you see in 13 minutes of gameplay a support towards the top side of the map, it is usually accompanied by an AD carry, especially when you cannot see the AD carry on the map. I feel like Xingqian right there, a little bit too greedy for the wave, trying to push a little bit more forward, ends up getting punished. But then again, this is another kill that goes over to one of the carries of IG. And I want to reiterate, they have 4 of them. The damage output is going to be plentiful from the side of IG. One falls, another one will take over. And Ultra Prime are going to have to be extremely careful with overextending. Seeing the replay right here again. That was a great dive onto YSKM, hitting the ultimate right there from Hacker as well. They just do not have quite enough damage, and the Hextech ultimatum gives him enough invulnerability to get out of dodge until Vampire and GLFS make it over there. You'll see over in the gates as well, An is making his way over towards the top side of the map, and Jingtian just stays to push in that wave. However, this is no longer your wave. This is no longer your turn towards the top side of the map. You do not have any teammates, and he ends up being punished.
Little bit greedy from Jingtian on the backside of the play. 4-3, 2 Drakes for IG, 6 Grubs for Ultra Prime. They were able to get the second set of Grubs, while IG got that second Drake after the shenanigans earlier on. And so, as we enter the mid-game, the gold is not far away from even. When you look at individual characters as well, like, bit of a lead down bot for Doggo. That's the most extensive lead in the game. But then GLFS not far away from that in the jungle. Jingtian actually building himself a bit of a lead up top as well. Was able to get a lot of plates on that Nard. Despite the death that we just saw, still been able to make this matchup work, which is good, because remember, he was the one counter-picking top.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look on the bot side of the map that you mentioned, Doggo was actually even with An. And this is a little bit weird, considering that Doggo has been bullying An the entire time underneath his tower. He's gone the entirety of the tower, and only when the tower fell,
oh, you okay?
did the gold lead skyrocket 700 gold. You guys are gonna try to shove in that wave, and I feel like Nani should just
hang on,
possibly
Vampire's in
back
trouble
there.
here. Stun gonna come on through, but the burn coming out across the whole team is like Grubs. As Arn finishes one, Hacker burning. And Ultra Prime's play turn back around onto them as Nani tries to defend the tower, but the minions finish the job. Now Herald in the mid lane. It'll be a tier 1 in the top side for Ultra Prime, but this will be at least a tier 1 in the mid lane. Perhaps they can
And
get
I feel
the
like
full
they can get
charge
another
onto the
one.
tier 2, in fact.
Yeah, absolutely. They're gonna take the charge right there with Vampire onto that Rift Herald, taking a big chunk of mid lane tier 2 as well. And IG, they're running on all cylinders again, forcing that play onto that mid lane, catching people overextended from Ultra Prime. I'd like to see what happened in the top side for Nani as well, because I feel like he waited a little bit too long. The tower ended up going down. We'll get the replay for mid lane again, and it's a play I feel like Ultra Prime initiated right here onto Vampire. And all eyes onto that Rel. They try to take him down. However, they just bundle up with the Brand ult, and he just absolutely decimates them.
It's literally just what happens when you group against Brad, right? That's literally the long and short of the fight. He's not far off a Rylai's as well. GLFS is extremely strong at this point in the game. He's not going to slow down anytime soon. 10 seconds until Drake comes up, and Ultra Prime with mid-prio can move in and try and get control. Although Doggo, with the 6 Grubs, wants to get a hit onto the tower. Won't be able to stick around.
This time around, you have Ultra Prime gaining some power towards that mid lane. However, it becomes a little bit more and more difficult for them to get the push on that mid lane wave. They have lost their mid lane tier 1, which means that Doggo cannot step up on his own anymore to push out that wave. This is why you see Niket always shadowing him. You have Hacker even shadowing that side as well. And I feel like IG, yet again, have a pretty good setup onto these neutral objectives. It has been the name of the game for them. This is exactly how they beat Ultra Prime to their game. They got themselves into the neutral objectives first. They set down their vision. They were able to play their team fights just better than Ultra Prime, and it seems to be repeating here. Saying that,
Ultra Prime move in.
they're just going to make a circle
Hang
around.
on, this is going to be a scrap though. IG look like they want to fight for this one. TP into the mid lane from YSKM. Dragon being burnt down. Ultra Prime at least need to grab that from themselves. Good stun onto GLFS. Secures the Dragon. Vampire dives in, but he's gone too far on his own. True Shot Barrage hits too. And we've got a flank as well from Jingtian on the top side. Unforced to flash away. YSKM in full retreat. Ultra Prime, they get a Drake and they're looking for more on top. Stuns come down. YSKM falls. And what looked like IG starting a fight turns into an Ultra Prime sweep.
The big question at the very beginning when draft ended was, this is a very BLG-esque comp. Every man for themselves on IG. 4 squishy carries and 1 engaged support. Can they make it work? And the answer from the last fight was absolutely not. It was a huge scrap. Everybody kept running in. You see Nani on the flank. Vampire goes in all alone. YSKM is nowhere to be seen. GLFS doesn't have a pretty good target to bounce his ultimate off of. And then Ann dives in while Nani is fussing out. And the YSKM doesn't really have a target to jump on because Ann has already used his ultimate. And there was just so much miscoordination coming out from IG. We said from the get-go, they need to pick a target, and they have more than enough damage with the Camille and the Kai'Sa to assassinate that target. However, Ultra Prime, they stuck together as a unit, and they didn't let them do so.
Great bit of play from Ultra Prime. And unfortunately, I think as well, Vampire just going in just a smidge too early. Like, the Drake was going to go down no matter what. And YSKM wasn't quite there for the fight. Like, he kind of arrived just after the fight, just after Vampire had already gone down. So perhaps if they just waited another moment or two, maybe there was an angle alongside with that Camille. But regardless, we're now in a situation where it feels that Ultra Prime are the ones in control of the game. They got those 6 grubs. And now grabbing a Drake, stopping that stacking for IG. Doggo does step up. Vampire tries to punish it. Pillar of Flame goes slightly wide as Pyroclasm across the whole team. Nani's in with the bomb as well. Doggo surely goes down. He explodes in the end, and Nani jumps back out. But the Mega Gnar from Jingtian, and here comes Yuakai to clean up as well. YSKM though back on the other side. It's an absolute scrap in the mid lane, but Yuakai comes out on top.
And it's going to be 3-4-3, actually. 3-4-4 in favor of Ultra Prime. And they're going to be able to get that mid lane tier 1 as well as chunk down that mid lane tier 2. I was pretty sure that IG had this one in the bag. GLFS with a massive combo into an ultimate that kept bouncing around so many times, and as you can see, GLFS will flash here. Very great engage. Vampire hits all 3 members with his ultimate, and look at that ultimate, it just keeps bouncing. But Niket with the shield absorbs so much damage, and hold on.
We've not even got a real fight. I wanted to see the replay. No, surely not. Oh, the ult from Jingtian as well. I nearly called him Nani there, just because I'm so used to seeing Nani on the Gnar from a year or 2 ago. Jingtian, the double ult, it wasn't even stuns, but it was just enough to finish 2 players off. And then Yuakai flying in to finish the job. Great bit of stuff from Ultra Prime. I mean, this is a close one. This is about as close as we could have hoped it would be. IG being tested now because the all-in strategy, even with a good start to the fight, even with Vampire finding multiple targets, even with the Pyroclasm bouncing around the team, and Nani getting that bomb off, it still was hard to finish the job. And a lot of that is down to this Braum from Niket.
And also a lot of the miscoordination, right? YSKM is not there to lock down a target so that Ann can jump in. And Vampire is getting these insane engages, but not everyone on IG seems to be on the same page. It feels like Nani's jumping way too late. GLFS gets his full ult, but no one is there to assassinate because Ann is not quite in the right position. And Ultra Prime, quite arguably, they have the easier, again, to execute composition. They've got 2 tanks on their side, arguably maybe a 3rd one, you know, when you have a Mega Gnar that can also engage or disengage for you. And all 3 of their carries are insanely ahead, especially when we're looking at that Corki in the hands of Yuakai. 2.5 items, 2 items onto that Gnar as well. Jingtian counterpicked himself on this top side, talking about him.
Oh, he's walked straight into GLFS. The stun doesn't quite land from GLFS, and the Mega Gnar will buy a little bit of time, but I'm not sure there's a way out of this one for Jingtian. Pillar of Flame on top of a precision protocol. Jingtian taken off for the map, and it's just as Drake is spawning as well.
Does that count as a caster curse?
I don't know if you can cast a curse, but it's something that the player has been doing for the whole split. I feel like that might be the player cursing it at that point.
All right, Hacker, this time around, he knows that there are enemy players in the pit. He's not going to even attempt to get anywhere near. Instead, he's going to head towards the tops of the map, set down some vision around this Baron pit, take down all control wards from the side of IG, and try to establish some control for Ultra Prime. This is the next neutral objective that will be out and about on the Rift for quite a while, until at least the next dragon comes up, which is going to be Soul for IG. You know that definitely Ultra Prime will want to fight around that. However, every single time Ultra Prime have found that target, IG do not seem capable of fighting them at an even footing on a 5 versus 5. So as long as Ultra Prime bundle up as 5 or as 4 and force their way forward, I don't think IG have any answers to that.
Ultra Prime can continue to maintain this vision dominance. Gets Sweeper Encore down, but he's got a pink ward for the brush. So absolutely no vision here. And then the Scuttle Crab on top will guarantee that for Ultra Prime. There's that one blue trinket in the back of the Baron Pit, but aside from that, resets though for Ultra Prime will give a small opportunity for IG to get some vision in that Baron Pit, but it's feeling more and more difficult. Ever since that mid-tier 2 went down for Ultra Prime, it's become so difficult for IG to contest for vision.
Again, these mid lane towers give so much vision to your team. It cannot be underestimated, especially when you lose them. And if you've got such short range carries like the Kai'Sa, like the Brand, it becomes very difficult to sort of establish a little bit more of control unless you bundle up with other teammates. And let's not forget 3 items now complete for Yukai. 2,000 gold up onto Nani's Tristana. He's going to absolutely wrecking through those barrels. However, they're just TPing for the Baron.
Oh no, everyone's gone bot side for Ultra Prime and IG. They're just going to take this in seconds. It's already gone before Ultra Prime even arrive on the scene. Baron taken. IG now in full retreat. Can they get away with their prize? Hacker has his ultimate. The Glacial Prison does land onto Vampire. He goes for the counter engage instead. Yukai, big damage onto the backline with these rockets. Shrew Shot Barrage is in as well as Nani falls. IG lose 2, but they get the Baron.
They got 3 members with the Baron. That was a very quick, snappy call from IG. And again, these are the glimpses that we see from IG. The snappy call on the Dragon earlier on in the game to net them 3 Dragons so far. The snappy call to TP Nani from the bot side jungle onto that Baron Pit to melt down that Baron so quickly. We've mentioned with this particular composition, you absolutely destroy neutral objectives. They see Hacker for a split second towards the bottom of the map. They call the Baron, and they get out with 3 members having that purple buff on them. So a very, very good call from the side of IG. Yes, they do sacrifice a couple of members here and there, but look at that. By the time Hacker hits this plant, that Baron is long gone. And sure, IG knew that on the chase, they were going to have to sacrifice 1 or 2 members, and one of them being the support. Who cares? They get out, and they have the pressure now with the buff.
I think Nani maybe could have survived as well. Looked like he was trying to follow up on Vampire's engage. I think maybe misunderstanding Vampire's objectives there. As YSKM now will be stunned up. Perhaps an opportunity. Hextech Ultimatum dodges the stun. And he gets himself out to safety. Nicely done there by YSKM. I have to say, though, IG, very snappy on these objectives, but Ultra Prime as well. Like, I mean, everyone was in the top side. Qingtian overextends and gives over a Drake to IG. And then everyone from Ultra Prime goes into the bottom side when there's no Drake up for like 3 minutes. And IG are like, oh, you want us to have Baron? Okay, thanks, guys. Vampire out. Finds Niket in the jungle. IG just taking these objectives very comfortably. And I think Ultra Prime really misunderstanding the pressure that does exist.
Yeah, and I feel like we should be commending their willingness to go for these very quick plays, because a lot of the bottom of the table teams, this is what sort of defines them, right? Not making the right calls at the right moments, not necessarily punishing the windows that appear before them. And this is what differentiates a good team from a great team, from the top 4s and the top 5s over in the LPL, that if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. And I feel like IG has been showing these small glimpses of, look, we can make those huge calls happen. And talking about calls, 20 seconds and it's going to be so for them. They do not have pressure or any side lane, however. Ultra Prime have made sure that mid lane wave has been pushed. Qingtian is heading towards the top side to try and stop YSKM. Dead in his tracks. Both top laners having that TP to join that potential fight for Soul for IG.
Oh, YSKM's
and the
on a flank.
TP is coming in.
YSKM is on such a deep flank. Yuakai spotted on a ward. YSKM not going to go for him though. He wants Doggo instead. Hextech ultimatum and Doggo eviscerated. Niket the next target as Nani jumps into the fight as well. Vampire doing his best to set it all up, and the rest of the team looking for a home run. Nani with a triple, and IG barrel down the mid lane.
What a fantastic flank TP from YSKM. You should know him for his Camille, because this is what he can do with one flank TP. One flank TP that can end the game.
Fantastic flank from YSKM, fantastic bit of team play out from IG. We questioned whether the 4 carry comp could work for them, but with engages like that, the flank from YSKM, the ultimate from Vampire as well, it looked beautiful. And now they can move back into the jungle and take themselves a soul.
They didn't quite have the damage or the HP bars to pressure for that end right there. However, the soul is going to be so useful for them. The slow coming through is going to be huge. And oh my god, Doggo just melted. I don't think anyone else was on Doggo. It was just YSKM's Camille. And let's have a look at that replay again. Lovely TP in the backline right here. And they know Yuakai. I thought he was just gonna straight up go for Yuakai because he is in the backline. However, he finds Doggo, takes his cleanse, and just absolutely annihilates them together with GLFS. And honestly, I really want to give props to GLFS, because coming into this series, we said, hey, Hacker was going to be the one playing those AP carries in the jungle. They have been suiting Ultra Prime so much. GLFS is coming with the brand 5-0 and 7, started very early on with a double Scuttlecrab. He has farmed a Storm. He has been there almost for every single skirmish and fight for IG, and he has been the primary carry for every single one of these fights without dying once on a champion that is extremely short range and very susceptible to going down into things like Gnar jumping in your backline, since Wani catching you with an ultimate. So mega props to the IG jungler right here. He's been having a phenomenal game.
Yeah, he has. Him and YSKM both, I think, are in the MVP candidate column. I think GLFS winning it out for now is a nice ultimate hits onto him, but that's all she wrote for Hacker, as now Vampire dives in and YSKM joins Arn onto the backline. Suddenly Ultra Prime's engaged, his flip back onto them. Arn has to turn golden. He went a little bit further than the rest of the team, but it will not matter. Nani there to finish the job. Knocks Yuakai towards the low health bars. That was a little bit dicey, Nani, but at the end of the day, it's still 5-0, and it's still IG ending the game.
IG with another incredible fight right there. Hacker overreaches, cannot get the job done. No one was there for the damage. You know who was? The entirety of IG, and Ultra Prime are getting glimpses, baby. They're getting deja vu.
IG 2-0'd Ultra Prime in Group D to finish the job and push them into Group Nirvana. And now down in Group Nirvana, IG look to do the same once more.
And this could be the start of something incredible for IG. Ending the group stage with a very convincing 2-0 victory over Ultra Prime into, I don't necessarily want to say a very convincing win here, but it was slow and it was steady, and they knew exactly how they wanted to play the fights. Did they fumble one or two? Yes. But after that one, they figured exactly how they wanted to play the game in a type of composition that you wouldn't expect the lower table teams to be able to execute on by IG. I feel like I'm loving seeing them on these kinds of compositions. The 4 carries seem to suit them so much. And once they were able to click together on those team fights, it looked beautiful.
It certainly did. IG, fantastic little game from them, and a fun one to watch as well. Those fights were chaotic but exciting. We're going to jump to a break, and then Ultra Prime, I mean, the whole world against them at this point. They've got to try and find a way back in. We'll see if they can.
to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order.
Welcome back to the LPL, everybody. My name is Munchballs. I'm joined by Trouble as we head towards game number 2 between IG and Ultra Prime. Game number 1 was an absolute throwdown, just punches being thrown left and right. And IG, I mean, kings of the octagon right now coming out of that first game. And GLFS, 0 deaths, just setting everyone ablaze and setting the hearts of IG fans across the world ablaze with it.
Hey, I'm just going to go back to Namera here, where he was like, shouldn't I be the best brand in the LPL? Oh, wait, maybe it's Tarzan. And then we have GLFS with a 7-0 and 10 performance, 40% of his team's damage. And even though a lot of people will look at that 40% and be like, okay, Georgia, then what? It's a brand. Of course, it does a lot of damage. That was a 4-carry team that he was playing in. 4 carries that were all fed. However, he was the most fed of all of them. 94% kill participation, well, 40,000 damage. Like, absolute insanity. I feel like GLFS played so well the calls that I'm pretty sure he made in the early game, the early Dragons, the double Scuttle Crab, the way that he kept consistently just farming and joining the right fights at the right time. It was a magnificent performance from the IG jungler.
It certainly was. And I think a really good job of being on the right side of the map at all times as well. Like, punishing Qingtian and getting the Drake, and then punishing Ultra Prime for being on the bot side of the map with Baron up. I feel like GLFS was always in the right place, was always aware of what Ultra Prime were trying to do as well. So it's not just about the kills and the damage, it's also just about how he read the flow of the game, you know, like really, really nice stuff from GLFS. And guess what? It's not Fearless Draft anymore, which means IG over on that blue side could just first pick that brand if that is something that they find really, really valuable. They've banned away the Corki though, which means Ultra Prime probably have to ban Tristana, right?
That means that Draven gets left open. And that was a ban on blue side from Ultra Prime that they didn't want to deal with. Looking at An, it's his second most played champion. Draven will be up and available. However, welcome back to season. I can't even remember which one it is because there have been so many.
Most of them.
Has been B1. Yeah.
Most of them in the LPL, to be honest. Looks like Doggo happy to stick with the Ezreal that we saw in the first game. I mean, the Ezreal definitely was not the problem. It was the Camille just absolutely one-shotting the Ezreal. Late game was the problem. Definitely feel like Doggo looked good on the pick, aside from maybe slightly overextending mid that one time. But yeah, we'll see what Ultra Prime want to go for. I'd love to see more back towards the kind of carry AP junglers. Like, the Zyra and the Karthus have both been taken off the board.
Just
I wouldn't mind seeing the brand here for Hacker, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like you take the brand away from this. However, a Renekton could also indicate something like a Nidalee for GLFS setting towards the top side of the map. You've got AP and AD towards the top side as well. Get this Renekton ahead. However, I feel like Brand and Ezreal are a really great combo. It's not going to be the Nidalee. It's going to be another AP farming jungler for GLFS. It's going to be the Lilia. I feel like if you're Ezreal right here, you feel much more confident going into this game because none of these two champions can just suddenly appear on top of your head.
I will say, we've only seen one Lilia game from GLFS so far. It was the last time these guys played. He won that game with a flawless KDA, so he's definitely going to be comfortable coming into this second game. Arn goes for the Kai'Sa once more. I won't be too surprised to see Ultra Prime going for perhaps one of those AD mid laners, or maybe they want to find an answer to the Renekton up top.
I was thinking even maybe if you want to go towards something like the Braum, it worked really well with the Ezreal last time around. It's going to be Lucian for Yuakai in the mid lane. A very oppressive champion to play into a lot of the quote-unquote AP carries in the mid lane, which have been left open right here because Tristana's gone, Corki's gone. The other two AD champions that we usually see on the Rift is Jace and Yone, which is something that Nani could very easily play. He did play Yone last time these two teams were playing against each other. However, I feel like this is going to be a huge stream in terms of support pool right here. Never mind. It's all about the top laners.
I guess so. Camille taken off the board, perhaps indicating that Ultra Prime think maybe this Renekton could go mid lane, or perhaps that's a Camille support ban away from Vampire as well. We'll have to see what this follow-up ban will be from Ultra Prime to say really where they're looking. The K'Sante removed by IG Perhaps a Skarner ban could come on through as well alongside that and make sure that Jingxian doesn't have anything too safe. But no, Fiora gone. They really think this Renekton's going mid.
That is actually very scary from IG, being able to flex that Renekton around onto Nani or YSKM. Fiora, Camille, both of his very aggro champions towards the top side of the map have been taken away. However, I'm looking at Ultra Prime and I'm like, you need a go button. You need something like a Rel, a Nautilus, and Leona. All of them are in play for themselves. Jingxian also very huge fan of things like the Skarner or even the Ornn at this stage.
I wonder what he's going to go for here. A lot of bans towards YSKM. A lot of carry top laners have been taken off the board. You probably would be safe to go for something like a Skarner here. But no, just going to go for the Leona and leave that top lane for last pick. Wait and see what the flex is, and if it is a flex, before locking in the top lane.
It's probably the most wise move they could make, because you have so many supports that can make the plays happen, like the Rel, Leona, Nautilus. Two of them have been locked away. It's going to be the Ken on the tops of the map. Think that like Jingxian has played the Gragas into the Ken as well. A very easy tool to actually throw him away and not allow him any access in the fight as well.
Let's see what the answer is going to be. I mean, Nasus being hovered, I don't know if that's actually going to come on through. It's a bit of a solo queue counter, and it is going to be locked in by Jingxian. Kennen, very, very difficult to get away from this Nasus. I wonder which build it's going to be, whether it is just going to be, you know, the standard Triforce stacking, or we have seen the Emax First Strike Blackfire Torch Nasus as well. That is really obnoxious to play against.
I would say I'm expecting this Nasus to go more towards a bruisery build, if you will. You do have a bunch of damage on your team. You've got Illusion, you've got Edge, you've got double 80 carry on your team, as well as a Bran, which we know how much damage output that champion can have, especially since we saw GLFS on it in the previous game that just happened. And I just want to see where that Nasus slots in terms of a playstyle for the side of Ultra Prime, because they do have a lot of poke, they do have a lot of all-in, but now they also have some sideline pressure.
We've not seen a lot of Nasus in the LPL over the years. Last time we saw it was actually only in spring playoffs. Shanji bringing that one to the table. Before that, it was Q back in 2022. We don't see this pick a lot. Let's see what Jingxian has up his sleeves. I can't believe how deep in the top lane pool we've gone, that we've got Nasus versus Kennen up in that top side. Or maybe Kennen going mid, in fact, against the Lucian and Renekton going up. So we've got a law matchup in the top side instead. This is going to be an interesting game. IG winning out that first one. Last time these two teams faced, it was a 2-0 to IG. They've got the momentum. They've got some power picks. They've flexed around in the draft. Let's see if they can make it work against Ultra Prime as we head onto the Rift once more.
They tried.
I've got to say that was like the 4 Ultra Prime fans in the audience there doing the very best.
Hey man, quality over quantity, okay?
Do you know, the one problem with this overlay, I love the new overlay. I love that we can see stacks and whatever. However, yeah, you don't get to see the runes because the Nasus stacks, but there we go. He's going to be going airy in that top side and Scorch. That does lead me to believe that this could well be an Emax, but then again, do you want to tussle with that Nasus? Typically it's Fleet when you're wanting to go for the Triforce, but I'm not going to pretend to be a Nasus top expert.
However, the poke, if it lands, could be very huge to create these pockets in terms of all those ramps leading into the neutral objectives. Kind of works like a Misfortune where you control so much area around neutral objectives, around tight spaces. So it could become very, very useful later on when it comes to those Dragons and Void Grub fights. However, I don't remember the last time I saw a Kennen mid.
I know.
Especially into Illusion. However, IG have equipped themselves with 2 World Champion skins. One on the Kennen and one on the Kai'Sa. And we've gone back to a good old matchup in the bot lane that we saw literally in the last game, apart from now the Braum has become a Leona, a lot more engaged potential, a lot of 2 versus 2 potential again for Ultra Prime's bot lane.
Nice use of the level 2 spike there from Doggo. GTN getting aggressed upon up top by YSKM, but quite happy to take those trades. Obviously has that lifesteal on the Nasus, has the Doran's ring as well to get that early poke with the E, using that Aerie as well. See how that matchup continues to pan out. Let's talk more holistically about these two comps though, as our junglers pathing opposite for the time being. It does feel like this game is going to really explode at level 6, right? With a Renekton up top and a Kennen in the mid lane. You've got to expect that level 6 will be a big moment for IG.
Again, I'm looking at the IG comp and I'm like, I know what your team wants to do. As IG are looking here for potential dive onto Qingtian. Doesn't have flash, he has the ghost, so he wouldn't be able to get away from a W from the Renekton. However, that wave has been thinned out so hard from Qingtian's ability that GLFS is gonna throw his hands up and leave. Back to your question though.
I think he got
feel
one
like
minion out of that whole wave.
I feel like for IG, back in 2021, was played in mid lane by LNG's Icon. That's some great overlay right there. Thank you very much. It's been 3 years. It's been 3 years since we saw Kennen mid. It just seems very easy to glance at IG and see what they want to do, right? Vampire had some incredible engages in game number 1, and then pile out on top of a Lilia flashing onto you with a huge ultimate, Kennen as well, and jumping into the backline together with Renekton. I feel like this is a very all-in kind of composition. And Ultra Prime, yes, they do have a bunch of self-sufficient carries like the Lucian and the Ezreal that can be very slippery. However, Hacker could find himself in a no man's land playing a very short range plus immobile carry. So I think it's going to be all up to him to try and find a position where he doesn't get caught so he can have the damage output that we saw from GLFS in game 1.
I have to say, it does feel very poetic that the last person to play Kennen mid is Icon, who, while he was on LNG when he played it, famously OMG's mid laner for like 5 years, you know, and it's IG's mid laner once again. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, that's a different team. I don't know what just happened. My brain just malfunctioned there. It's not poetic.
You remembered
at all.
all the greats, you know, all the greats from back then, and the names just matched.
Yeah, I got lost in the sauce. It's you know, marinara everywhere. Home spaghetti to be specific.
OMG, IG, RNG, you know. Takes a while to process.
Yeah, it can do. It can do. But GLFS doing a good job on this one to stay ahead of the curve. And he's pinging on towards that Drake. I don't know if he's actually going to go for that one instead. Moving towards mid lane. Yukai dashes away from the swirl seed, though, and dashes GLFS' hopes of getting into the lane.
The thing with Lucian is, the more mana that you burn, the less dangerous you are in lane in terms of taking trades, as Doggo loses one of his creeps right there. So every time GLFS just walks mid lane and forces the E, this is an ability that's down, which means that your trades are not going to be as aggressive, forces actually Yukai to go back to base. However, Ad and Vampire might be in a little bit of a pickle.
Okay, goes for the flank. Hacker flashes to get the stun, but Vampire flashes to get the crash down and get out of dodge, surviving RIG down in the bottom side. It only costs him one summoner spell.
Hacker flashed in and almost lost his life to Anne. Anne taking a very, very favorable trade right there onto Hacker. And the flash being down here could mean that IG, with so much engaged and only potential on their team, could be looking to find that brand. Even inside his jungle, if you look at the top side, red buff is spawning. That Renekton has been having so much priority over the top side of the map. So Lilia could very easily be looking for an avenue to get into this jungle and take that red buff away.
Certainly could be. 3 grubs in trade for the Drake. It's something we've seen time and time again. Infernal Drake to start us off there. Next one will be Chem Soul. So still, Chem Drake, sorry. Still plenty of good soul options for Ultra Prime if that is the win condition that they lean towards. Recall's cancelled there by Doggo.
The ping is inside Hacker's jungle. As you can see right now on your minimap, GLFS level 6 heading straight for that red buff that we mentioned. And a very clever move from Hacker as well. Acknowledges the fact that he has no business walking into his top side. They have not seen GLFS for a while. Last time they saw him, He did take those scuttle crabs, so GLFS is just gonna pop that ward down. Cancels.
It's actually resetting, yeah. This is going to be Hacker getting both red buffs if GLFS commits that recall. There we go, the ward spotted as well. They know exactly where GLFS was. Hacker gets everything on this sequence of play.
GLFS, I think we commended him for his decision-making in game number 1, how quick, how swift he was into making these decisions, taking this, the neutral objectives away. However, right there, didn't quite pull the trigger fast enough for that red buff. Yuekai gets prio mid, ends up pushing him out of the jungle, and Hacker, not only does he get the dragon, he gets that gang towards the bolts of the map, but also doesn't lose anything in his own jungle. That's a small victory for Ultra Prime.
Certainly is. Nice stuff from Hacker. That brand getting ahead once more, and you can see pretty large CS lead right now in favor of Hacker. Obviously, a whole jungle up for GLFS, so we'll be able to close that a little bit on this clear. It kept perhaps in trouble as GLFS actually has to go back to his Krugs now after trying to get involved in that bottom side as Hacker moves up to this top lane to perhaps get a bit of action for himself, but instead is going to go for an invade. So he took the red buff before and now gets an opportunity after GLFS shows spot to take the blue buff as well.
Yeah, with the help of Qingqian towards the top side, you see he was hovering for the Nasus to push in that wave, get that priority, then he walks straight into the jungle. For GLFS to walk in there, he would most likely need his support to walk up with him. However, as you can see, Vampire is stuck towards the bot side. Now he's gonna start moving towards the top, setting down some vision to make sure that the bot line is safe. And GLFS has lost 2 of his camps towards the bot side of the map, towards the top side of the map. Sorry, 300 gold in the lead for that brand. And right now, it might not look like much. However, I just want to take you all guys back to game number 1, where GLFS was a quiet force. He was farming in Storm, he got to his 2 items, and ever since that point, the neutral objectives were melting, everyone in those team fights was melting, and as you can see on the side of IG, there is not much tankiness. You get a couple of bounces of the ultimate, and people are gonna have to retreat.
Gold's still just about even, but like you say, it's a great little start. I will say Qingqian, it's about 30 CS down up in that top lane. It's not super great so far on this Nasus. He's on 87 stacks. He's come back to lane.
Going for Trinity.
He's going towards Trinity Force. So the stacks are important. You know, the AP Nasus stacks don't really matter so much. AD Nasus, the stacks very much matter. However, it does get easier to stack those up the longer the lane goes on. So we'll keep our eyes on Qingqian and how well he comes into the late game. Nasus, an absolute 1v9 monster when you get to the late game with enough stacks. It's just a matter of how much CC they have to keep you off of the team. Well, with a Lilia, a Kennen, and a Rel, perhaps they have enough to keep him at bay.
However, here's my counterpoint to that. Nasus is one of those champions that is very reliant to his ghost to try and catch up to people. The slow counts as well, the ghost counts as well. YSK might be in a little bit of trouble here, however, everyone will get spotted from Ultra Prime. Going back to the Nasus point, I feel like everyone on IG diving into Ultra Prime might make Qingqian's life easier into finding those angles, into actually having bodies in front of him for him to be able to hit. I don't think Ultra Prime will be taking that dive now that Vampire's around.
No, probably not. It's just going to be a plate for Doggo. YSKM trying to trade back a little bit, but there's only so much you can do in that matchup. Hacker, though, goes for yet another invade. In the meantime, GLFS will grab those grubs on the top side. Good play from Vampire to be on this bottom side, protecting YSKM underneath the tower. They're going to go for the dive. Niket starts it up. The combo dodged by YSKM. And Doggo forced to cleanse here. Has to flash himself. Nani TP'd in as well. Hacker in a really awkward spot here. He's just going to go for it all in, I think. But the Q goes wide. Pillar of Flame hits onto one. And that's a slicing maelstrom. Hacker down. IG answer the play.
Great play right there from IG. YSKM with a super clutch flash to get out of any danger. The TP is going to land towards the top side from YSKM as well to save that top lane tower. And I feel like IG's coordination in the entire play is flawless. You see that GLFS stopped that mid lane wave from crashing from Yuekai, then An picked it up after he stopped top lane from crashing while the play was going on the bottom of the map, while Nani TP'd to save his teammates. Excellent stuff on the map from IG, and again, YSKM, every time he's in danger, He just has the perfect answer right here. We mentioned before, Ultra Prime, you cannot die. Vampire is around. He's level 6. Great flash away from the Leona ultimate. And not only do they get that, but they also force both summoners off of Dogo, as well as getting a kill onto Hacker, who got, I think they knew where he was.
I kind of like that he just tries to hide in the corner and hope nobody notices for a bit, but unfortunately...
If I don't see them, they don't see me.
Exactly. Unfortunately, couldn't quite land the Q, and it means that, regrettably, he ends up going down after such a good early game as well. Still ever so slightly ahead. I'm a little surprised IG didn't commit to trying to go for that Drake off the back of the kill onto Hacker, but it will be Ultra Prime that pick up that prize. 6 grubs for IG, though. That is a concern for Ultra Prime later on.
Especially as you have so much side lane pressure as well. Your Cannon could end up being on the side lane, Renekton as well. Pretty big right now. Only 600 gold up onto this Nasus, and the tables will slowly start shifting when it comes to the Nasus versus Renekton. Nasus becomes that scary monster that we know he is. However, GLFS is looking towards the top of the map. Vampire is heading towards the top as well, and the wave doesn't look that big.
Yeah, immediately Fury of the Sands from Qingtian, but I don't think that's going to be enough to survive this one, as GLFS just slides in and finishes the job. Nice use of the ultimates from IG. Sets up for a kill. Vampire's even here for a little bit of bonus plate gold as well. In the meantime, though, Ultra Prime see what's happened, and they try and respond in kind down in the bot side. That's an ultimate out from Doggo to try and clear the way, but it's not going to be anywhere near enough. 6 grubs make short work of that tower.
Yeah, and Doggo's been farming up a storm towards the bot side. However, dead even in terms of the goal between him and An, and it was the story of the previous game, how far ahead Doggo got onto this Ezreal, and An kept catching up. Right here, An is not even behind, and IG, we said, hey, maybe their win versus Ultra Prime to end the group stage, to deny Ultra Prime access to the higher group. Maybe it was the beginning of something beautiful. These guys were put together into a very experimental team from the side of IG, trying to figure out something new, trying to figure out how they want to play the game. And so far, with how snappy their decisions of the Rift have been, there's some glimpses of hope of IG potentially returning to glory, where last time we saw IG in glory was 2018, 2019. It's been 4 years, 5 years even, since 2019, and this could be the team that brings back those little glimpses, and it looks good so far for IG.
Certainly does. It's an exciting roster to be watching right now. I feel like IG showing us some good stuff today, showing us some good stuff towards the end of that previous group stage as well. Ultra Prime, on the other hand, they started that group stage so strong, then ended on a 3-loss streak at the end of placements, and now their first matchup in that lower group, and it's looking towards a loss at this rate, with IG winning that first game and being 2,000 gold ahead in this one. But it's not over just yet. The one big concern I've got from Ultra Prime is that Qingtian, when he starts to lose control of a game, he really struggles to stop the bleeding, and I'm a bit worried. He has got an indefinitely stacking champion this time around, though, so maybe that's enough for him to be able to just slowly but surely bring himself back into this game.
And because of that, this is exactly why IG need to pressure their advantages. Unfortunately for them, the first 2 Dragons have gone towards the side of Ultra Prime, so for them to stuck all the way up to a Soul, it would take 20 more minutes in the game. 20 more minutes for a Nasus to stack up is not a bad fit right here for Ultra Prime. However, YSKM, I feel like he needs to use that spike on the Eclipse super early to try and get more advantages, create more gold deficit for Ultra Prime right there. They do have the tools, they do have the damage in their kit. And IG have been much better at setting down for objectives and taking these teamfights on Ultra Prime for 2 series in a row now, so they can definitely use it to their advantage.
GLFS has spent a lot of time in lanes, hasn't he? I feel like I'm constantly seeing GLFS hitting lane minions across this one. Qingtian getting aggressed upon by YSK. Yeah, not going to be a full all-in, but just going to chunk him out in advance of a potential dive. GLFS moving in. Vampire's on the bottom side of the map as well. Niket is here to potentially save his top laner, but I don't think that they're going to be able to protect the tower. Qingtian just fully retreats as the Herald will get the charge. And potentially charge on a tier 2 as well. I don't think anyone will be brave enough to pilot that one. But it could perhaps
Well,
get
let's
its
see.
charge. Smite is available for Hacker, so will not happen.
All right, they take that bot in tier 1 at least, which frees up a little bit of vision. As you can see, 35 seconds from now, it's going to be another dragon. That would be point for Ultra Prime. Nani just about misses Yokai back in there, and Ultra Prime are headed towards that dragon. Item breakpoints. Every single member on both sides has completed an item except for the support, so they're pretty good in terms of first item spikes. Very importantly, level 11 on both of these junglers. I feel like their ultimates are going to be of pivotal importance for those team fights. And again, for IG, they've got an all-in type of composition. I feel like the first engage, especially from Viper, is going to dictate a lot on how these team fights go.
It certainly will. We could have a team fight brewing for ourselves. Drake spawning onto the map. Cloud sold this game, which, I mean, GLFS on Lilia. You like the movement speed, don't you? Arn does take a hefty chunk before the fight starts. He's got a little bit of honey fruit, but YSKM chunked as well. Ultra Prime muscle their way into the river, but a TP behind enemy lines. It's going to be Nani on a miracle flank on the Kennen. Has the slicing maelstrom and finds 3. Doggo gets out to safety, but Arn chased him down as YSKM falls in the middle of the fight. Vampire the next target, and Ultra Prime grouping up strong. A Drake taken in the meantime as IG now trying to retreat, but Ching Tien has that wither available shortly. He's trying to chase for more, won't find it, and suddenly on the wrong side of the play. He's trying to escape. He's trying to find somewhere to go, but there are towers everywhere that are going to chunk him down on the way past. The movement speed from Yokai, from the Ardent Blaze. But I think Arn might just get away from this one. The great escape from IG's AD carry.
He knew behind enemy lines to try and get out. However, for IG, this is their first dragon, and this is exactly what they came for. Mega props to Ultra Prime. They figured out exactly what IG wants to do. I mean, it's not that hard. Vampire engaged, then everybody piles up on that. And as we will see over in the replay, when the TP came down for the Kennen, everyone sees Vampire. That is a triple flank, guys. A triple flank is not a flank. Somebody gets isolated and taken out of the play. It was Vampire. He is the guy that should be starting the fights for you. So extremely clever play right here from Ultra Prime. You take the engager out of the fight and IG fall apart.
So I've just had a message from Nymera, who loves his very niche... Hang on, I'm going to have to hold that thought. YSKM diving in. Ching Tien, the target. Furious of the Sands comes in, but with Arn there as well, I don't think that Ching Tien surviving this one. One more auto will do the trick, and Arn brings Ching Tien down. I want to quickly mention, before we go into another big fight, Ching Tien managed to get a kill onto YSKM in the previous play. There is a mission between Nasus and Renekton once you're level 11. Ching Tien, because he was the first one to get a kill on the other, he actually gets +3 seconds on his ult duration for the rest of the game. It's not that big, but it's not that small either. Like, that's a nice little buff to find for yourself. It's essentially like a 20-25% increase in ult duration for him. So good little pickup there, and we're already fighting again. It's an absolute fist fight in the mid game here. As IG look for Ultra Prime this time, Hacker found great stun from YSKM and easily finished off. Dog goes next as the slicing Maelstrom finds more. IG are sending Ultra Prime packing in this series.
Absolutely important fight right here for IG. They can start the Baron. There is no smite on the side of Ultra Prime, and even though this Nasus gained a couple of seconds on his ultimate, it's not going to be enough to 2 versus 5 IG in the Baron pit. And I don't know, is that what brotherly love is? Is that what you get for killing your brother up in the top lane? Nasus versus Renekton, you just gain seconds on your ultimate. What's this cooldown?
Brotherly hate.
This cooldown? Yeah, brotherly hate. Let's watch the team fight again. We mentioned how Hacker's position was going to be of pivotal importance, especially when IG's team wants to all-in you. Being a sitting duck on a very immobile, short-range carry without summoners is something that IG love to see, and they instantly pull the TPs to dive on that. I will say, when it comes to playing around objectives, IG have been extremely quick and smart on pulling the trigger for small skirmishes or team fights to try and benefit from those.
It's going to be all about those small advantages. Let's see if 3 seconds on Qing Tian's ult is enough for Ultra Prime to find a way back in this game. Spoilers, I don't think it will be. It's a 4,000 gold lead for IG at this point, with 6 Grubs and a Baron on top. It's feeling pretty good, isn't it? Because look at GLFS, 2.5 items, one of which is a Seeker's Arm Guard. Naney and Arn both huge in this game as well. It's not slowing down anytime soon. This IG hype train has left the station. They kept Ultra Prime from going into the upper group, and now in Group Nirvana they take IG and put them against the ropes here. They are not far away from pushing this to a 2-0 now. Ultra Prime, they're not done just yet, but IG really making short work of this series, it feels like.
And I want to reiterate how important a 2-0 is as well. The reason why Ultra Prime is in this group is because they had games difference between themselves and Weibo. They had the exact same win rate, but games difference. So getting a very strong 2-0 start for IG makes a huge statement, especially in this group. Now, looking forward to the fights to come, you will need some survivability on the side of Ultra Prime. Sure, this Nasus is ever scaling. However, YSKM has been able to keep him at bay, apart from that 1 kill off screen or whatever it is. You know, we don't see it. We don't know if it existed. However,
yeah, it wasn't
IG
really the 1v1, right? Managed to get it in the team fight, so you know, YSKM still kind of won the matchup. Let's be honest.
Doesn't count then. Sorry.
It's going to be another Drake for IG. They've stopped the stacking, started stacking for themselves. That's 2 Cloud Drakes in their pockets. And IG feeling very comfortable. Ultra Prime, though, like you say, not done just yet. Infinite scaling on that Nasus. You've got an Ezreal that's going to do plenty of damage later on into the game. Hacker on that Brand as well, now on 2 items. Now getting to the point where these individual carries do a lot of damage. When it comes to those team fights, there's so much to dodge with the rel diving in, the slicing maelstrom from a flank GLFS looking for that sleep as well. I feel it's going to be so difficult to function as a squishy carry against this composition.
Absolutely. The one team that Ultra Prime managed to win when IG tried to all in was when IG was actually split and they were coming from 3 different directions. Ultra Prime were very quick to realize that they were being flanked from 3 different angles and chose one target to push away, which was Vampire. And I feel like they're going to have to work extra hard right here because the most difficult part is walking into IG's team. The neutral objective, of course, will keep spawning. The Baron will come up in 2.5 minutes. The next one will come up in about 4 minutes as well. And sure, you can let go of the Dragon because you've already stacked 2 and you can let another 10 minutes pass. Your Nasus will have a bunch of stacks, possibly another item that will keep him alive, make him a little bit tankier. There you go. He's just finished it. However, you need to be very aware of positioning, and Fog of War really does not help Ultra Prime. So every single reset of IG, Ultra Prime need to constantly be moving their vision at least deeper into their own jungle.
I'm just saying, Unending Despair picked up for Qing Tian. It works better the longer you're in the fight, right? Well, he's got 3 more seconds of ultimate to get value.
Wow. Plot twist.
Unending Despair. So we'll see if that's going to be enough to keep him in these fights. Yokai looks for an all-in on Naney, but Culling not really going to find its mark. Baron's timed out at this point, so it makes the siege a little more difficult, as the Lilting Lullaby won't really find too much, but it's enough to get the tier 2 in this bottom side, as Naney just holds off the pressure from Niket and Yokai.
IG are great with information they get off of the map. Naney spotted Niket towards the top side of the map. He knew that Yokai is there as well. Only 3 members of the pulling the TP onto them. Naney has sticked around and also has range for the ultimate.
They're just going to walk away, right? They've got a cleared path through the jungle to get away from the play. Niket and Yokai try to escape. Oh no, he's backing on a ward. And starts it off. He's not really the target that wants to be your engage tool. And I mean, TP from YSK doesn't really lead to much.
It tried. Wasn't quite the Camille-esque TP that we got in game number 1, but they have been trying to find creative ways to flank around Ultra Prime.
I just love the timing that it's right after we're like, yeah, IG's map play has been really good. TPs onto absolutely nothing. Unlucky there from YSKM. Still,
hey,
IG
we give him an F for effort.
Yeah. A for effort, E for execution.
I gave him an F for effort.
Oh, the effort was good. He certainly pressed the button, you know.
Hey, listen, it has to be a little bit results-based as well. It would have been an A for effort if he had an insane flank but died. But since nothing happened, it was an F for the effort.
True.
You know, that's...
Just
It's like I tried my hardest. It's like when you say I tried my hardest, but, you know, the person replies, it wasn't hard enough. It wasn't good enough. Sorry. Talking about being good enough, Baron has been started for IG right here, and Ultra Prime have all the tools to get to them.
TP from Qingtian to join the play. Niket potentially could be put to sleep.
Oh,
Qingtian just starts onto Nani. It's Niket the target. Slicing Maelstrom gets across the team. Wisecam finishing the job as well. Doggo still alive. Can he carry Yukai in a 1v1 with On and somehow survives as Qingtian is still full HP and still going. Doggo finds his opposite man as Wisecam trying to retreat. Qingtian and Doggo keeping the fight alive for Ultra Prime.
Ultra Prime coming up huge in this one, stopping the Baron, taking a bunch of kills, and this is exactly what we mentioned about the Nasus being a little bit similar to a Darius, if you will, in fights. The more champions want to play close range to you, the more fun you have. Qingtian very reliant on his Ghost playing that Nasus, but when you have champions diving onto you and you're very tanky, you're more than happy to just dunk on them as they come. You see that Nani takes a very deep TP, has to instantly flash through, but ends up getting one-shot by the Ezreal plus the Nasus, and Qingtian was holding the line onto this choke point. Yuka just about gets away with his HP bar. Doggo will E through and flash. E and flash through that wall to finish the deal. However, right now, there's a bunch of summoner spells that are down. Flash, very importantly on Qingtian. All flashes on the important carries for Ultra Prime, which means that IG have even more all-in potential here.
They do. Their own flashes on cooldown as well, though. Not a single flash available for IG. And crucially, Nani's flash is a very big tool for that Kennen to find a good slicing Maelstrom. I'm starting to keep my eyes on Qingtian now. I feel like we are starting to get to that later stage Nasus that does take over the game. Lilting Lullaby onto Doggo. It doesn't really find much else. They look for the engage instead as Vampire dives deep. Slicing Maelstrom does find 3, and that's Hacker going down as well. IG 2 on the play as Niket looks for a re-engage, but he's not going to find it.
And that's a little bit scary now for IG to start the Baron, because even though they do have their Smite holder up and available, there's so much poke coming in from Doggo's Ezreal. He does have True Shot Barrage as well. Yuka is around Niket.
4v3 here, IG in the pit. They're tanking the Baron for quite a long time. Doggo moves in. True Shot Barrage does a lot of damage. It will be Baron taken here. Smite is good from IG, and now 4v3, sorry, as they look for more. Niket goes down. Yukai chunked, but On is the next one to fall. Doggo right on the front line, but he blocks so much magic damage with the shield, and Yukai finds another one. IG, only 2 buffs on the map, and Ultra Prime don't want to let them get away with them. Drake has just spawned in the meantime, and Ultra Prime make a beeline.
It will be soul point for both of these teams. Ultra Prime with the 2 carries up on the map that will be melting through that dragon. However, Vampire is taking a bunch of vision around. I don't think Vampire can keep them at bay.
Both junglers are on the way. I think it might just go down before Smites are even in play yet. Ultra Prime grab themselves. This Drake should just retreat. They need to get resets on Yukai and Doggo here, but at least get something from the scrap. IG did get Baron, but it's only on 2 members.
You still have that tool, however, the buff to pressure down those lanes. And the more they pressure, the more difficult it becomes for Ultra Prime to make these fights work for them in Fog of War. Let's look at this again. Yes, they do not have the tools from IG. They don't have the flashes to get far in. However, a beautiful engage from Vampire and Ultra Prime just stuck up in a choke point makes it very easy for IG to get those engages going, and the damage down. Now here it became a little bit scary, especially since Doggo and Yukai were still up for Ultra Prime. However, very well played for IG. They'll take the Baron, grab whatever they can from this fight as well. They'll kill Niket, clutch Hourglass from GLFS as well, and they'll lose the Renekton. But 2 buffs available for them. Another positive play from the sort of IG, and their speed running, potentially another 2-0, being 5,000 gold in the lead in this game.
I do feel like the longer this goes on, though, the more Ultra Prime are fighting back. I feel like it was more one-sided earlier. Reset denied from Vampire by the True Shot Barrage. One thing I just want to quickly mention in that replay, Qingtian trying to be the front line there. The unending despair, it's great in theory, but the heal every 5 seconds only works if you last 5 seconds. The speed at which he was obliterated by the IG composition did not leave much room for hope there. That's asleep onto Niket, and he's just going to go down. Big pick here for IG, potentially opening up for some tier 2s.
They do have the Baron. This is a 4 versus 5, which means they can put pressure in a bunch of lane. Nani was resetting, however, he's staying back up on the map to put that pressure onto Qingtian. This makes it a 4 versus 3 in favor of IG towards the top of the map. But the second that Baron buff moves away, that wave will just melt in the hands of the 3 carries from the sort of Ultra Prime. However, if they can somehow get that mid lane tower down, it would be huge. Oh, the replay again.
Oh, no.
Wait, he's resetting on a ward.
I'm guessing that a Swirl Seed could land. So Niket just...
He was shopping.
Yeah, I don't know if he just really underestimated quite how much reach IG have, whether they... Maybe he just didn't see the ward, I don't know, but either way, punished for it. Unfortunate for him. Niket has been a player that has shown some really good stuff across the course of this split, but has also had some awkward moments as well, as all rookies do. You know, it's sort of comes with the territory of being a newer player. No neutrals up though for the next couple of minutes, and it does feel like both teams are really cautious now not to overextend. This is a big win for either team. They need every win they can get if they want to make it to playoffs, and you know that both of these teams want to make it to playoffs.
Absolutely. I think especially for Ultra Prime, it means a lot more. IG denied them entry to the upper group, to the Ascend group, and I'm assuming Ultra Prime wants some revenge for that. Even getting the 2-1 would be huge for them.
Qingtian overextends for a minion wave. Once again, we saw this in the first game. We see it again. He walks away with his life, though. That healing comes in as Wisecap flashes onto Hacker and deletes him. Niket trying to keep this Croc locked down, but he answers with his own life instead. I'm now looking for Doggo as Yuakai steps on forward. Doggo and Yuakai once again try to take on the whole of IG.
This is a 4 versus 3 in favor of Ultra Prime, and they have found what they were looking for. Taking the ghost off of Qingtian. Doesn't have his ultimate either. If he gets caught here, he could end up going down.
Oh no, he's caught again. Qingtian goes down. Doggo can't do much to defend at this point, and it's sad to see the game end this way. It was so close in the fights. And then 2 plays in a row, we see Niket just caught in the jungle, and that leads to objectives. Then we see Qingtian just caught farming bot, and that leads to objectives. Ultra Prime just gifting this game to IG.
I feel like IG have one way, and it's going forward with this team comp. And Ultra Prime have just not necessarily been respecting the reach that IG have, the long range from the Kai'Sa being able to dash in. I think YSK played that so beautifully. It was like he baited Hacker's spells. Hacker walks up, feels too safe. Then he flashed W's onto him to stun him in place to take him down together with his team. IG have been showing great signs of getting their play together. And again, that has been an experimental team, a bunch of players that just got put together for the sake of competing in summer. And it's actually looking better and better the more we look at it. Yes, it has been only versus Ultra Prime. That's the last 2 series we have seen. But it's a great start in the group, and they're gonna grab themselves the soul point here as well.
It's going to be a full 7-dragon game. Well, that's assuming it goes on for another 5 minutes here. 3 Drakes apiece now between the 2 teams.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Munch. I think next Baron fight, we'll have GGs after.
It might well do. The one thing I will say, Qingtian very good at dealing with those super minions. He can kind of just chill in that bottom side, but Niket, he just ain't that tanky at this point. Trying to face check in here, this is difficult for Ultra Prime.
Very importantly, IG, they've got flashes on all the carries that matter. Vampire with the engaged, Nani and GLFS, they're pulling TPs. This is the fight.
I'm looking at Nani. I'm looking for that big slicing Maelstrom, but IG peel off of the Baron for now. Ultra Prime doing a good job. Actually, yeah, just trying to start him, I think, just going temporarily insane for a second there. Decides to pull off it in the end, as now they find an opportunity, but no! They get wide on the Zenith Blade. Look at Nani, though. This is a deep, deep flank. This is an opportunity for a slicing Maelstrom. The rest of the team wouldn't be nearby, though. Qingtian finds him out in the end, and Nani has to back away. But now, look at this. IG just start Baron again. You see Yukai move over. He's got cleanse, not TP. He's trying to deal with the super minions, and it means that the Baron is a freebie for IG.
IG, great stuff right here. Getting the Baron, that means they can put pressure down on those lanes. Take the last standing gold from the side of Ultra Prime. Is that mid lane tier 2 that they've been looking for. Niket using his ultimate and missing onto Vampire right there was all it took for IG to turn back onto Baron, knowing that the resets are going to be coming through from Ultra Prime. And again, the information and the turnaround time from IG has been impeccable. And so far, it has netted them a bunch of kills and a bunch of Barons and a bunch of souls, if you will, in this series. However, right here, IG have all the tools again. All flashes are up and available on the members that do matter. And all they need is that last mid tier 2 to completely push Ultra Prime back in their base.
And I feel like, you know, we talked at the start of the day about Haka and Yukai being the driving force of Ultra Prime. Well, Haka's had a tough game, really difficult to function as a brand in these team fights with this much AoE CC flying your way. Yukai, still flawless. He's full build at this point. He's got to be the carry for Ultra Prime, but Ching Tien has already gone down. YSKM into GA. Niket goes wide on the Zenith Blade. Perhaps a chance as Vampire dives underneath the tower, and Nini slices them to pieces. It's a Maelstrom. It's a full-on storm for IG as they look to end the game. Reset from YSKM. He has TP available to keep this minion wave alive. Yukai gets onto Arn and does a little bit of damage. Doggo here as well. YSKM is tanky, but is he tanky enough? The minion wave still so strong, baroned up as IG just look to finish the job. Ultra Prime desperately hanging on. Doggo and Yukai 2v3, but the Nexus is laid bare, and IG repeat history as they take Ultra Prime down 2-0.
You could see Anne right there flashing his IG icon while playing IG Jackie Love Kai'Sa on the Rift. What a great way again to reignite the 2018 era with a roster that got put together for the sake of playing in summer. Incredible stuff by the squad here of IG, and again, I have to commend them on how fast they could process information into actual action on the map. They would find someone overextending on one side of the map, they'd engage on them, take numbers advantage. They'd see the jungler opposite to where the Baron spawns, they'd start the Baron immediately. I feel like this squad has what it takes to possibly dream of making IG great again.
We'll have to see. A lot of steps on that path before they can really live up to the 2018 version of IG. I mean, that's a World Championship roster we're talking about, so I don't want to get too excited too quick. But certainly a fantastic start to the Nirvana group. 2-0. You really could not ask for more here today from IG. Phenomenal stuff. And again, repeating what they did in that group stage. I wasn't sure if they'd be able to do it again. I wasn't sure if it was just a flash of the pan. I said Ultra Prime would be the favorites coming in today. And, you know, I've had to eat my words, very much so, because Ultra Prime showing quite a few weaknesses. But as you said during the cast, IG doing a really, really good job of punishing every little mistake Ultra Prime made. Ultra Prime making those mistakes, but IG capitalizing beautifully.
Absolutely, very quick-witted on the Rift. And I feel like a lot of that came down to GLFS. 0 deaths the entire series. Once he played Brand, now he played a melee champion into what Ultra Prime had. They had Leonas and whatever else that could reach him. He did not die once whilst participating in every single fight, doing the utmost of damage. And it's great to see the jungler of IG rising up to the occasion, especially when there's eras and metas where all these carry junglers come through. It really shows the caliber of player you are when you're able to put the utmost and carry your team forward. And I feel like GLFS throughout the entire series has been what they needed, which was a carry.
Yeah, GLFS, I think, has been gradually getting better since his debut as well. I feel like we're starting to see some of the roughness of him. You know, this is his first year in the LPL. This is inevitably going to be a little bit rough when you first come in, it does feel like we're seeing him develop more and more as a player. IG, it was a slow win. They gradually managed to find that victory in the end. But those team fights, they were so close back and forth. I feel like it really, in the mid game there, it really could have gone either way, but Ultra Prime just giving a few too many opportunities over.
The composition from the side of IG is just a big telltale of how the team wants to play, right? One person presses W, everyone else goes forward. And I'm also referring to MMORPG's W, as in going forward, not actually the button W, the ability of any champion. And it feels like if one of those goes astray, if the initial engage does not land from Vampire, we saw a bunch of these moments happen for IG. However, when they did manage to play as a 5-man unit, and whenever Ultra Prime was bundled up, they would take that opportunity and engage. Again, we see it right here. However, that didn't quite end up as they wanted to. That was one of those fights where we saw Ultra Prime split them apart and actually come up on top.
It was a lot of fights. I mean, yeah, just that as a sentence is true. There was a lot of fights, but a lot of fights that got very, very messy, where we had just a couple of carries left for Ultra Prime trying to clear up. And there were a couple of hero moments coming out from Yukai, from Doggo in some of those scraps. Qingtian having a couple of really good ones as well. There was also moments like this where Qingtian managed to block the choke point, right, and denied it going any further. Then obviously Doggo finishes off Arnas. He's just shy of killing Yukai. These are the fights where these hero moments did come out from Ultra Prime, but then you see other fights where it is Qingtian just frontlining. The Unending Despair doesn't even get time to proc a single time.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. You mentioned how you're expecting 5 seconds for the first heal to come through. And I would say ideally, you would like to have more than 1 ticks of your very expensive items passive, if you will. However, that was not necessarily the case. And Ultra Prime, even though I will say Yukai tried his hardest, man. He put out so much damage. I think it was a little bit too late in the game. When I'm thinking of Lucians, I'm thinking of a lot of early to mid-game dominance. However, Nani managed to shut him down early in laning phase, and then it became so difficult for a short-range AD carry such as Lucian to find his openings in the game.
It was really difficult to get forwards. I mean, I do think that there's an extent to which this is the value of Kennen as well. It's so difficult to play aggressively when you're against these big AoE ultimates. And then Vampire actually had quite a few really good Magnet Storms to set up for the rest of the team, to set up for Nani following up as well. I was nervous for IG at the start of the day. We saw Nani looking really, really unsure on camera, but when it came down to it, fantastic day from the squad. Fantastic bit of play from IG.
It was the eyeball massage.
Yeah, the eyeball massage. Yeah, it set it all up. Beautiful little bit of...
He was able to see everything so much more clear. And honestly, he's had a pretty good series himself as well. When was the last time we saw him mid lane Kennen was we saw 2021 from LNG's Icon. And he brings it back, shuts down the Lucian very early on in laning phase, and the rest is history.
Yeah. All he had to do was caress his corneas, and suddenly he's back on top. Fantastic stuff. Coming up from IG
Take
by
notes.
the end of things. Yeah, if you're ever in trouble, just a little bit of that will sort you right out. IG, though, really, really solid stuff. I'm cautiously optimistic about this roster. I will say they've got a big journey ahead. There are a good few other teams within Group Nirvana, but I would say with performances like that, if they can keep that up consistently, IG could be a favourite to make it towards at least the play-in stage before playoffs. So fingers crossed for IG that they can keep that performance up. I will say, we've got to talk a little bit about Ultra Prime. Pretty disappointing day for them, I would say. This is a team that a lot of people were getting really hyped on in the first half of the placement stage. And you can see why. You can still see glimmers of that team. Like, team fighting looks really good. Mechanically, these players are really sound. But we just see, like, Qingtian overextending in side lanes. How many times did we see that? 3 times, I think, across this series. Like, Niket recalling on a ward. Just silly little mistakes like this that don't sound like they're that hard to fix, but they have been pretty consistent for a while now. Hopefully, we can see Ultra Prime buttoning things up a little bit. But it is going to be On that grabs the MVP.
Oh,
Great
wow.
little Kaiser game from him.
GLFS, absolute roll. That's probably the best series he's had for the entire split so far. However, An did have a pretty good Kaisa performance art here, so he's definitely 7th of that one. I want to go back to your Ultra Prime point. I feel like we talked very early on about Qingtian and what he offers to the team, and I feel like in the first game, not only does he counterpick himself, but he gets ahead. He was 2,000 plus gold ahead. However, that never translated into the team fights. And it's not necessarily pinned down to Qingtian and how he chooses to play the team fights, is the fact that he felt very miscoordinated from Ultra Prime, and I feel like this is why we expect so much of this team, because you look at the people that are playing in this team, you look at the names, and you expect better things. However, they have been so consistently inconsistent throughout the entire year that they could take down a very good team and then go ahead and lose to IG and lose their chances of going into Group Ascent.
I'm just worried that we're back to old Ultra Prime. I really hope that's not the case. I really hope not. I'm excited about this roster, and fingers crossed it's just a blip on the radar. That is going to be our first series done and dusted, though. Ultra Prime lose in the end, IG 2-0 on the scoreboard, and get their first win in the Nirvana group. But we're going to move over to Group Ascend. It's time for the break, and then we'll jump into NIP versus LNG.
clouds move closer, but with the deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flame.
Welcome everybody to Shenzhen. We are here headed towards NIP's arena for our second series of the day. Our first series already done and dusted. If you missed it, it was 2-0 to IG over Ultra Prime. But now we're headed, like I said, to Shenzhen for NIP versus LNG. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Troublelink as we head towards the second series, and I think quite a big one in the Ascend group here. Both of these teams with a lot of expectations on their shoulders. We're hoping for big performances, but both of them showing good signs and poor signs during the previous stage.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm very excited about this because both of these teams were considered top 3, squeeze top 3, but definitely top 4 in the LPL over in spring. A lot of them were even rumored to want to be seen at MSI as well, like Rookie at Internationals, you know, Gala Scout, all that jazz at Internationals as well. However, I feel like LNG has definitely not lived up to the height over in spring, and now in summer they've also been quite hit or miss. They barely made it into the Ascent group, and for NIP, I'm not gonna lie to you, but it has been a little bit of the rookie show so far.
LNG, one of the first casualties to Weibo of that bracket run. Oh, I guess the second casualty. There was only 2 casualties. But yeah, LNG, a pretty lackluster year. I think NIP, a team that has mixed expectations. It really depends who you ask with this team, because Rookie is on form. He's in incredible form right now. He's looking fantastic, and there are other members of the team that have had some exceptional games as well. Shanji has had some really, really good games for himself. But it feels like Aki hasn't really been enjoying the AP jungle meta, but the whole squad has just sort of moved away from that. Photic having some games where his positioning's been really questionable, but other games where he's fully carrying the squad. So it's a team that I think does depend on the day to some extent, but I feel they have been getting better with time, and I'm cautiously optimistic with what's to come for the Ninjas in Pyjamas. LNG on the other side, I feel it's less linear in their progression. I feel it's a little bit all over the place. Gala definitely looking pretty good. The rest of the squad, definitely ups and downs.
Yeah, and right now, here's the real big test for all the Scout and Georges as well. And of course, we know how good this guy can be. He has been one of the most incredible mid laners over here. However, he's going up against arguably the mid laner that is in the best form currently in the LPL in terms of Rookie. And a big question here for NIP is that what happens when Rookie doesn't have a pop-off game? What happens when Rookie doesn't win his lane? Because this time around, he's going up against Scout, and Scout can win his lane when he has the right matchup. And for NIP, these are the questions that they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and solve from all their previous best-offs that they have played, because having Rookie win your lane is absolutely fantastic. Your jungler is getting freed on the map.
Yeah.
However, playing from an even footing, I'm not sure how confident NIP is going up against LNG.
It's a big question, isn't it, that mid lane? Because this is an old school matchup. Scout versus Rookie is a classic, and both of these players have individually been the very best in the league in their own times. I feel like in current form, Rookie is the best mid laner in the league right now. But Scout has
Absolutely.
had some games this year that he looked like he was just completely back, you know. Some games he just looks like vintage Scout's taking over. But then other games he's getting solo killed. Other games he just doesn't exist at all. It's really interesting because I don't feel like Scout has historically been an inconsistent player. Like he's either firing on all cylinders or he's not. But right now I really do feel like it's a bit of a toss-up which one shows up today.
And Aki is wearing his jacket the wrong way around.
It's a blanket.
Might be a fashion statement. Yeah, might be a fashion statement. You know, we had eyeball massage in the previous game. It worked. This time around, we've got wearing our jacket backward. Hopefully, it can work. I feel like Aki has been one of those players that has been heavily criticized, specifically in spring and before playoffs kicked in. He was one of the weaker links, if you will, to NIP. And as playoffs progressed for NIP, he started finding his form. And by the end, when they ended up going down to JDG, we saw a really, really good form for the team. And we said, oh, we can't wait to see what this could develop to over in summer. However, I'm not going to lie to you. The first series that they played was a big awakening, was a big slap in the face. Rookie was getting solo killed over and over again. And after that, it feels like NIP got their, what's it called, their ducks in a row, kind of. Some ducks have been going astray here and there. However, in majority, as long as Rookie is happy and as long as Rookie is doing well in the mid lane, it feels like NIP are running on all cylinders.
Well, it's time to find out if that'll continue to be the case today as we head towards our first champion select. Now, NIP with the home crowd advantage here. They're in their own arena. LNG, another organization that has an arena, typically have that same advantage, but when you've got two arena teams going up against each other, you got to take it in turns. Fans though coming in, Renekton, there's Zyra once again taken off the board, Tristana and Rumble on the opposite side, and then Brand removed as well, which means Karthus, Corki both still available.
Weiwei is one of those junglers that really does favor his AP junglers. Gets that cheeky smile over there. He knows that the only two left available for him are the Karthus and the Lily. And Karthus has been a champion that Aki has been favoring quite a bit, especially when you have Rookie on things like the Corki that have been left open right here. Could give you a lot of priority and a lot of ease in terms of just being perma in your jungle, just farming it up.
Yeah, I feel like, generally speaking, LNG aren't worried about the Karthus just because the odds of Aki picking the Karthus seem extraordinarily low to me. Like in recent series, it's all been about the Wukong, it's been about the Sejuani, the Diego. You know, he's really like, I mean, they're just gonna first pick Sejuani. That's how confident they are that they don't want Aki on a carry. They want him setting up these lanes.
I'm just sitting on my chair holding my head, by the way, for people who cannot have the visual right now. Aki is laughing because this is his life now. This is his life. Peaking B1 Sejuani. There are so many champions available. The Ashe. There's things like the Corki. There's things like the Yone. I know possibly Rookie right here will be looking for a counter pick over in that mid lane over Scout to try and get that priority. And they do have the Sejuani to facilitate for lanes. However, I am not the biggest advocate for seeing a B1 pick that cannot necessarily be flexed, but neither is an S+ pick.
It feels like an S+ pick in the eyes of Aki at very least, based on this draft.
Trust me, no jungler will tell you that Sejuani is the S+ tier pick.
I don't know. I guess it depends.
They don't want to admit it.
It all depends whether or not you know that Sejuani's ult actually procs Sejuani's E damage. That's the question, yeah. It is going to be that Sejuani first, answered with a Cassante and an Ezreal. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see something like a Leona locked in here for Joel, very high priority pick. The Corki going to go in with the Tristana band away, so you've got that AD mid lane. Instead, Ashe going to come on through for, you assume Photic, but could go to Joel as well. They've both played at this split.
That is the case. And right here, we're potentially looking for the lock-ins, a good matchup for Scout in the mid lane. And that could potentially be the case. Another AD champion that does also really well into Corki has been the Yone. We've seen this quite a bit over in the LPL. However, okay, there we go. I was about to say, you know, Scout is a pretty good Jace as well, but Yone is one of those matchups that you really love playing in the mid lane because you can also transition as a side lane threat.
You certainly can. We've seen this countless times into the Corki as well. You can survive the pressure that Corki brings using that W and just maintain CS. We'll see what Scout can do on the Yone later in the game. The Braum band away with the Ashe available for Photic. You do not want to go against Ashe Braum in lane. It is so incredibly oppressive on the side of NIP. I wouldn't be too surprised to see something like a Leona band, Leona Ezreal. Sort of a classic combination, really.
Yeah, and there's things like the Nautilus and the Rel that will make it through. However, we have to pinpoint here that LNG have yet to pick a jungler, and it's going to have to be an AP jungler for Weiwei. And the way it's going right now, it feels like they're pushing him towards something like potentially a Karthus or a Nidalee. I'm expecting a Lilia ban to come out of an IP here because it's one of those jumpers that can also very easily set up. It's not going to be the case. So Lilia up and available for Weiwei if you choose to go for that.
Certainly would be. The Karthus, the Lilia, the Nidalee, all three of those AP jungles available. Ivern is technically an AP jungler. We've seen that elsewhere in the world from LPL teams, and it's looked pretty good. I don't think it's going to be coming today, and in fact, it is that Nidalee for Weiwei to go up against Aki Sejuani.
We talked a little bit about a few people that are quote-unquote, right, allowed to play that Nidalee. We expect an AP jungler to come out of Weiwei, and he's been favoring a lot. He's farming AP junglers, and he matches pretty well with the likes of an Ezreal that wants to be poking away. However, let's see here. Ooh, Shanji.
Interesting.
With the Mordekaiser, the 369 special. Not into a Skarner this time around, but into another tank.
Yeah, we've typically seen this Mordekaiser as an answer to the Skarner. We've not seen it much into the Cassante, but you can see the extension of logic, right? That you can just pull the all-out in Cassante out of the play, a 1v1 him instead. Joel goes for an absolute classic pick of his in that Rakan. Looks like it might be answered with a Nautilus. Rel would be up and available. I feel like Nautilus kind of died a death in the LPL. We don't see anywhere near as much as we did earlier on in the split, but Hung still happy to go for the pick, and rightly so. Interesting compositions. Not how I expected this draft to go, to be honest, but how are you feeling about these on Strubble?
I'm loving the Nautilus as the last pick here for Hang because you've got an immobile carry on the bottom of the map, the Ashe, and you've also got a matchup that you win, which is versus Rakan. You get to pin down Rakan. Ezreal gets to put down all the hurt as well. For LNG, there's a lot of if, buts, and maybes because there are a bunch of skill slots that need to hit in order for the Nautilus, the Yone, and the Cassante to go all in. And you also have to be very wary of Shanji's Mordekaiser. Now, we have seen a lot of hits and misses on the Mordekaiser. A lot of Mordekaisers will lose straight up in lane, and then they will not become that huge threat. We've seen the hands of 369, what this monstrosity of a champion can do. And later on in the game, you can even pick up someone like the Yone to put in their realm, which means that a lot of large amount of that threat into your backline dissipates whilst the Mordekaiser ultimate takes him away.
Certainly can. I mean, Mordekaiser just completely shifts the shape of a game, doesn't he? Especially when it comes to fights over neutral objectives. The ability to just pull the enemy jungler out of the mix entirely can secure entire games. We'll see what the performance is going to look like from Shanji here. Whether or not he can bring this Mordekaiser to bear and bring a win for the side of NIP. They've got plenty of tools to start a fight with an Ashe, with a Rakan, with a Sejuani. They've plenty of ways to make things happen. But LNG, plenty of ways to do massive burst damage here with an Ezreal, a Nidalee, a Yone on top. Lots of damage on either side. Lots of potential for action here as we head into NIP versus LNG, game number 1.
军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Oh, they turned off the crowd bikes. Well, all right.
I think it was an AP's turn as well.
Yeah, I think
In their own arena.
maybe we missed the
Come on.
NIP ones and they were doing the classic LGD ones that sometimes come out. Shanji potentially getting cheesed in this top side as Weiwei hanging around as well. Bit of extra damage, and it's too late for Shanji to realistically recall without being punished pretty massively. Big time. Oh, flashed into the spear. Shanji, 100 HP and has to recall with no flash. Really nice punish from Weiwei. And now Rookie's been found. Why is he so far up the lane? Han gets a free route, gets a route down onto Joao as well. LNG gets so much at level 1.
That is disastrous right there. Zwo gets back into his lane, almost half HP. Sanji walks up level 1, minute 1 without TP or flash. And I just wanted to reiterate how a lot of people say, if you're not Canyon, don't play Nidalee. But no one ever says, hey, if you're not Canyon, maybe play Canyon Skin. And that can help you play Nidalee, because that's exactly what Weiwei's doing.
Channel the champ. I mean, I will say,
Absolutely.
Shun definitely gets to play Nidalee. Shun is an absolute monster on the pick. Milky Way as well. An absolute fiend when he gets that pick in his hands.
Throw in a Kanavi in there too.
Yeah, Kanavi, why not? Why not? Kindred Nidalee, what's the difference? They are. I feel like Kindred players and Nidalee players are very often the same players. Scout trying to return the trade. I'm keeping my eyes on that mid lane. Scout versus Rookie. It's an absolute classic. Rookie should, in theory, have pressure to start off. Hung finds the level 2 hook. Maximum range there, but no real follow-up from Gala for the time being. But yeah, Rookie should have priority in this lane. It's down to how well Scout can weather the storm.
And as you can see, it sort of shifted a little bit how Aki clears the jungle towards the top side. Very wary that, hey, potentially Shanji could get dived underneath a tower if a wave builds up towards the top side. Zika has absolute control, and Shanji would lose so much if he got dived. Level 3, again, no flash, no TP available. His laning phase could be over right there and then. And there's been a lot of question marks in terms of the Mordekaiser, right? Because we've seen some monstrous Mordekaiser performances, especially coming out of the 6ix9ine. Sheer had a pretty good one as well, where you just get out of lane so strong with pretty good items. You take anyone into the realm and you're able to 1v1 them. However, if you get put behind, and you're behind in levels, and you're behind in items, the champion is not as tanky as it appears. However, Aki on the long flank.
He wants to get Shanji ahead. Zika with the Q3 could go forwards here. Aki's just waiting for that misstep, waiting for that opportunity. Won't get spotted on the ward as Draw pulled in and takes a massive chunk. That's Ignite out from Hung, but honestly, Draw's just going to have to reset.
He did burn the Guardian as well in this particular one. Weiwei's looking. If he doesn't have quick reactions right there, he does.
I mean, it's enough.
Just about dodges.
He stopped the recall, so now Draw has to stay in lane. A Rookie has Scout real low on HP, and the wave pushing away from Scout as well. Fleet will do a bit of work to sustain him up in the mid lane, but it does feel tough for him. As Aki did end up going for the reset, so the top lane is kind of reset to normal laning once again. Rookie actually being pushed in here. Scout should be able to, in theory, push that underneath the tower, but Rookie's just going to hold the wave where it is. Might be able to freeze that one, unless he just wants to clear.
Here's the thing about... Oh, another Q.
Man, whoa, you got to start expecting these hooks, man. As Photic will get a lot of damage down onto Hung at very least. So decently done there. I suppose Joel knows that he's going to head back to base, so just trading that HP. Scout trying to go in onto Rookie, but Rookie just waiting for him to ping back to get more damage down. Tense in the mid lane, tense in the bottom lane. Pretty heavy trades in the top lane as well. This feels like it could become quite a volatile game. Every single laner wanting to enact their will upon their opponents.
Oh, and here's Weiwei trying to go to the top side of the map, punish the fact that Shanji still doesn't have any summoners available to him. If one spear lands, there's both flashes on Zika and Weiwei.
Aki's here too. He's level 4, so not the tankiest at this point. Shanji moves in, gets the shield. Stun comes out onto Weiwei. Maybe they can turn it around. Shanji gets some damage, and he survives as well. Zika answers it, and Aki, I think, might just be able to finish off the Cassante flash available for him, but Dwo's moving in as well. Won't be able to close the gap, won't be able to find that kill, but either way, just answering was enough.
1 for 1 on the top side. Sejuani and Cassante being the ones taking those kills. Aki is gonna push in that wave for his top lane as well. There is no teleport onto Zika, so he's gonna miss a couple of creeps as one doesn't push fast enough, and -1 right there for Aki. But A for effort, and again you see Weiwei trying to punish Shanji, but Shanji plays it so cleverly. He sticks as close to Nidalee as possible, which means that the Q damage hits a creep that was pulled back. This would have been Shanji dead right there. Shanji tried to stick as close to Nidalee as possible to take as little damage from Q as possible, but that creep kind of saved Shanji's skin right there.
And Shanji having to walk all the way back up to top anyway. The wave is basically underneath the enemy tower because Aki was the one to push it. Means that he can just help out with those grubs and speed up the take. Rookie will get a reasonable trade onto Scout. Their Scout doing a good job of using that shield efficiently so that they're trading fairly even. Rookie up 5 CS currently. Not going to be enough to turn into a big advantage. Zika, level 6 against level 5 here. I don't think he'll find an all-out opportunity, but just using that presence of the extra level, as again, Draw just consistently hooked in by Hung.
Now, here's the thing. We said how difficult it was going to be for the bot lane of NIP to play these 2 versus 2. Nautilus does counter both the very champions. Whether you land a hook onto Ashe or Rakan, you can take pretty favorable trades, and this is what has allowed LNG to take full control of the bot side of the map, especially the river. And this is something that they definitely need, having in Nidalee, having those extra few dragons early on, playing the game in their own terms, dictating the pace of the game, if you will. I feel like a lot of the times it's very understated how much one dragon can bring to your team in terms of time. A lot of the times you're not quite at the power spike you need, you do not have the right control around that area, and dropping a dragon could potentially be game winning for your team. So having those extra dragons early on, even if you don't go necessarily for that early soul, could be completely instrumental for how your team wants to play around those objectives.
Yeah. I mean, worst case scenario, it will buy you 5 minutes, right, before
Absolutely.
soul is something that you have to contest. Definitely worthwhile. LNG start that one off. It was obviously 3 grubs we saw taken earlier for NIP, so we often see those 2 objectives kind of traded, even if it's not at the same time. Quite often it ends up being the way regardless. Scout trading aggressively in the mid lane. Does Q backwards away from the trade. Rookie, I think, trying to bait him in. Arrow going to go up from Photic. Not even close.
Yeah, I think the target right there was Scout. Didn't end up hitting. Rookie was also backing at this point. I'm sure he'd be ready to dash in.
Yeah.
If that arrow did hit, but it wasn't quite the case. And I feel like both teams have been extremely respectful in terms of how they want to play the laning phase. Luckily, as well for the top side, Shanji has been doing an incredible job at not only keeping himself pretty safe, but also farming up a Storm. He's been pretty even versus Zika right now, and Zika has been taking the fight at him every single time, especially when the wave is stacking up against Sanji. He has been deprived him of a lot of that CS and experience, pushing him into trades like he does right here. So for Sanji to be even CS right here is a pretty good state for him.
Yeah, I mean, got to pick his matchup right. That Mordekaiser going to do well into a tank. Now that we're beyond that level 1 where he lost all of his HP at his flash, he can start to take control of that lane. You can see that advantage starting to build up. And that'll only get worse for Zika as the game goes on. Mordekaiser, not a champion that gets weaker with items. Definitely Shanji going to be comfortable. And it's important that Shanji's comfortable, because when you look at the NIP wins that we've seen so far, it has been mostly Rookie and Shanji as kind of the driving forces in a lot of those wins. I mean, Rookie, most MVPs of anyone in the split so far, sat at 8 MVPs as we enter this game.
That's crazy.
Like, he has been a massive driving force, but Shanji as well has had some individual impacts that have really turned things around for his team across the split.
For sure. And I think for Rookie, it speaks miles as well, how we've been saying, oh my god, another international without Rookie, another international without Rookie, someone get Rookie a team. However, this time around, he seems to be locked and loaded, not only due to the MVPs, but the fact that he frees his team off of so much pressure. This guy is probably one of the best laning mid laners that we have over in the LPL, and the way that he manages to transition that pressure through Fog of War, through finding picks. Very interestingly, I was seeing the way that Rookie plays Corki through Fog of War, through flanking, and I was like, you know what? This guy could be so entertaining playing Katarina. I know I'm a little bit biased, but the way this guy uses Fog of War, the way this guy finds flanks, he finds individual picks, I'm like, can you just imagine this guy on like a fun assassin like Katarina?
I mean, yeah, we've seen him on Akali plenty of times. I don't need to imagine
Akali's
it. I know.
boring, come on. Akali's easy.
I mean, Akali's definitely a lot of fun to watch for a spectator, especially when Rookie's playing it. And I'll tell you what's not fun to watch, it's watching your jungler get absolutely one-shot by NIP. And if that ain't grubs, I don't know what is.
Yeah, that is 6 Void Grubs that are going to be going to the side of NIP. Photic moved over in the mid lane. And NIP have so much engage in their disposal. However, LNG are going to take the fight to them without a jungler.
They're going to just try and 4v5 this one. Hung moves in. That's 2 grubs already as Hung has to flash away. Shanji now has the opportunity to bring Hung into the Death Realm, and that's not a 1v1 that a support is going to win anytime soon. Hung will try. Oh, actually, Carla stole 1 grub. Hung goes down for his trouble as Scout now gets the combo. Going down on towards Photic. Photic falls as in goes Zika to try and find Aki as well. Aki walking away, drop 1 HP as Shanji left alone. How the hell have LNG just completely turned that on its head?
Zika so huge on the Cassante right there. Tanked so much of that damage. And I feel like Shanji taking the support into the realm might have been a huge mistake. Because Zika got to do whatever the heck he wanted in this fight, being completely unchecked. 3-0-1 has got his first item as well, the strongest member on the Rift. 1 level up on his counterpart as well. That level 1 of Shanji walking up with no flash, no TP, was completely taken advantage of by Sanji. And as we're looking at this fight over again, there are no key ultimates for engages, none of Photic, none of Zuo. They cannot make those easy engages. Nice flash from Hang as well. And right here, Shanji, instead of taking that Cassante into the realm and freeing the team off of all that Cassante pressure, he takes in that support, and while Hang comes out, that is it. Zika gets to re-engage back in. There's no ultimate onto his Mordekaiser. But all this time, Wei Wei has time to spawn and get back into the action.
Yeah, I mean, it's still very early in the game, so the death time is not that long, and a great little snipe at the end there to finish 1 bonus kill. And suddenly, what was looking like an incredibly NIP favor play with a pick onto Wei Wei into those grubs. I mean, they only get 2 out of the 3 grubs, and then they lose the fight. I think it was, what, 4-1 in the end of things? Absolutely monstrous. Maybe 3-1, but either way, LNG hugely ahead now, and look at that top lane. Zika 3-0-1.
Anyone missing Season 13 Cassante? Because you're about to get a little glimpse of it over again in this game. 3-0-1, as you mentioned. He's so far ahead of the Kev. A level up onto Shanji still. NIP, though, are going to use the pressure that they have towards the bots of the map to sneak their first dragon of the game. And we've mentioned over and over again, if that Mordekaiser comes out of lane and you bullied whatever tank you picked that Mordekaiser into, it's great. He looks so strong. Zika, though, we said Season 13, Cassante, can you make it work?
Well, he's got a juicy looking bounty, and NIP want it. No armor to speak of, as he will be whittled down by Rookie underneath the tower. Nobody falls in the end, but now the answer from NIP. From LNG, sorry, as an arrow lands in the Death Realm, goes straight on towards Wei Wei. Shanji finds his opportunity, 1v3, but the arrow saves the day. Flash from Wei Wei, pulled back in. Can he escape? The claw comes down, but Wei Wei survives.
A little bit questionable from Scout to no TP into this fight, but his team had it all along and nets them yet another tower. The first tower, sorry, of the entire game on the top of the map. Full tower platings and a tower going straight into Scout's pocket, rather huge for the Yone on the side lane. And you mentioned it, that Cassante had a pretty juicy bounty on his head. I'm not sure who got to cash that one in. I think it might have been Rookie.
I believe it was Rookie. I will say, I was looking at the items, the fact that there was no boots, the fact that it was only an MR item in the inventory of Zika. I thought Rookie would just shred him, but no, survived for so long under the tower. Bought so much time for LNG's reinforcements. LNG are 1,000 gold up right now, as Herald toyed with starting, but Hung not comfortable with the amount of vision in the area. Great wards coming out from Joel to spot what LNG are trying to do. They're trying to move up to punish Rookie, but Rookie has full info that this is happening.
And if you look on the bot side of the map, the two top laners, Sanji does not have his TP up and available if NIP want to take this fight. This is why they're just scouting, setting down some vision control, and making sure that their top lane does have their TP available if a fight breaks out. You see Zika sort of moving up into the river. This is a very smart move a lot of top laners will do, especially when the wave is not being contested and when both sides have cleared it. You start moving towards the other side of the map, because then you do not have to waste your TP. You can use your TP for tempo after the team fight is over. We have seen it a bunch of times, especially over in the LPL. And Zika, he's doing this again, pushes in his wave, walks up river instead of wasting his TP on potentially a fight that will never happen.
Gala stunned up, cleanse after the arcane shift to safety. Gala has been one of the most consistent players on LNG across this split. He's off to a solid start as well. 600 gold ahead individually. He's got that Triforce. Not the strongest moment in the game for Ezreal. That's once that Moon is finished off. But for the time being, still reasonably strong in the game and getting towards that moment. Still powerful. There's a ward behind enemy lines here. Shanji's going to TP to it, but they're looking for Aki in the meantime. Joel dives in to try and buy space and time. That's a great ulti onto Gala. He's pulled into the Death Realm. Arcane Shift already used. Has to flash into the pit, but he's chased down. In the meantime, though, the rest of the fight
Zika
going the way of LNG. Scout finds one as Joel tries to buy more time. Photic pulled in by Hung, but Hung won't be long for the wall. But neither will Photic as he dives into the backside. Shanji trying to shred through the health bars. It's a 3v3 here. Wei gets a Primal Surge to keep himself alive, but goes down in the end. And Zika in a 2v1, but that's a win for Zika as he's on the Cassante. Scout escaped and LNG come out ahead.
Season 13, Cassante baby. Zika is giving us all the nightmares of last year. 5-1-3. The second he joins the fight is over for NIP. Another incredible fight for LNG. Who got the eye? Oh, it was Sanji in the end who got the Herald for himself. So he's going to be neutral objective going over to the side of NIP. However, it becomes increasingly more difficult to take Zika down. It seems like Photic and Rookie are not doing quite enough damage yet, so let's look at this fight. Zika walking again, as we mentioned, all the way down from the bot side of the map. A little bit late, however, it's still a favorable fight for his team until Shanji joins, takes Gala into the realm. But look at Zika, the second he steps up, there's 3 members of NIP stuck on with each other. Rookie gets assassinated by Zika, and then it has been the Cassante show ever since. He's just walking up. He takes absolutely no damage. I feel like Rookie dying so early into this fight really did hurt NIP's chances of winning this skirmish.
I mean, Zika Scout as a combo on the Yone and Cassante. How do you outplay that? Rookie dodges the Q3 from Scout, but then, how are you going to dodge the all-out? It's not something that movement is going to save you from. Rookie ends up going down. 3-0-3 for Aki so far this game. He's quietly been doing a lot of work in these fights and managing to survive. The ultimates have been good from him and from Photic so far as well. Aki over the wall, perhaps staying a little bit too long on this one, and they're actually going to commit everything. Fate Sealed was down. Weiwei's going to finish off the job. Oh, and that's a cast of curse and a half. That's a shutdown into the pocket of Weiwei.
Wow, that was a good one, Munch. Well played. 3-1-3 now.
Sorry, guys.
For Aki, who tried to almost cosplay hacker right there. Trying to get into a pit that did not belong to him. It's only second Dragon, and I feel like this was a bit of an overreach from Aki. It doesn't matter if he goes over to LNG, you can play the rest of the map. However, I want to reiterate how Shanji being behind on this Mordekaiser has inevitably hurt a lot of the power in the teamfight of NIP. Shanji has been trying to block people into his ultimate, feeling like he can kill the target. He's locking in. However, I feel like Sanji's job right here, because he's fallen behind, is to actually lock in someone who's very strong. And whether he leaves or doesn't leave, that is not up to him. It doesn't matter if you lock in Zika and you die to Zika, fair enough. The fact that we've locked out Cassante for an X amount of seconds allows NIP to potentially take someone else down with them. I feel like Zika and Scout are such a huge force right now that you're gonna have to lock someone away for NIP to try and find a pick.
It just has to be Zika. There's no way you're finding Scout. I mean, he's a secret agent. That's 007 on the scoreboard, so there's no way
007.
he's ever going to find him to get that ultimate off. I don't know, I've never seen James Bond in the Death Realm. That wasn't a part of the movies, but maybe that'll be the story for the new Bond that comes on in. Charge in the mid lane. Great hook from Hung Aki. He's damn tanky. I mean, he barely took any damage under that tower.
Yeah, those 6 assists plus kills that he has have netted them 2 items. So far, NIP take a huge chunk of that mid lane tower, would be huge for them. However, LNG are very sneakily surrounding the Baron area. Could be potentially looking for a mid lane tower as well. NIP on the reset right here, they could catch them sleeping and take that mid lane tower, which will free a lot of that vision around that Baron and top quadrant of Aki's jungle.
Oh no, the ult goes a little bit wide, but the arrow does not. Perhaps a chance here. Weiwei flashes the Claw of Doom and will get out with his life. NIP searching for a chance there, but actually Weiwei got away with the buff as well. And Scout, every single time the camera pans over to Scout, he's in a side lane, he's farming up a Storm, and he's trying to get himself stronger. He's already on those 2 items. Blade of the Rune King there as well. So as you mentioned, the threat on Baron later on, Scout will do that objective extremely fast. But 3 items on Yone it's a terrifying thing to witness.
I absolutely love the double lifesteal item as well. If Shanji locks you in the realm, you've got so much lifesteal ability. Not that you currently need it, you're 2 levels above this Mordekaiser. This Mordekaiser has about an item and a half, and you're on 2 items onto Yone, 2 levels up. You're gonna be absolutely fine in the Death Realm. However, his items are so strong right now to survive any threat. I love it for a side lane pressure as well. Whether you go up against the Mordekaiser or even the Corki, there's so much poke coming in for the Corki on a side lane. But at this point, you've got so much lifesteal that you can very easily take the all-in.
Can I just quickly say, we're watching a game between NIP and LNG are actually doing things before the 35-minute mark. Like, there have been kills on the scoreboard in an LNG game. There's been exciting action. The team fights have been intense. And we're only just beyond the 20-minute mark. Arrow won't hit, but the ultimate from Aki will. Weiwei forced away a Scout, pulled into that death row. Let's see if the lifesteal will work out for Scout here. He's not winning the 1v1 so far. Forced to flash on the backside as all 5 members of NIP are up in the top lane. They're going to brute force this tier 1 tower as Zika tries to push elsewhere.
I would say that lifesteal did get him out alive. The shield bow proc right there with a huge shield. And his flash lab was 4 members of NIP onto this Yone, and Scout willingly went forward to try and trade and also lifesteal. This will be a tower, of course, as previously mentioned, for NIP. However, if you look towards the bottom side of the map, 50 seconds from now, it will be sole point if LNG manage to secure the next dragon coming up. And that Yone looks so dangerously close to his 3 items. Infinity Edge right here could be huge coming through for Scout.
It would be massive. BF sword picked up there.
Unless you can go BT and you can have every lifesteal item in the game.
You could grab your second lifesteal.
Almost every lifesteal item.
Certainly red items, that's for sure. Going for the crit though, so probably not Bloodthirster. I think it is going to be that Infinity Edge.
Yeah.
Let's see though.
Unlucky.
4,000 gold lead for LNG as Drake spawns onto the map. They've already got 2 for themselves. They'd love to get a 3rd, and remember, this is Infernal Drakes. This would be an Infernal Soul, and that is something that you don't want a Yone to have.
Scout started it.
He certainly has. Pulling that one out of the pits. NIP try and move into contest, but this is difficult to push into this much poke without a true front line. And in the meantime, Dwo's been found. Scout gets his ult dodged away from as Hung engages on the 3-man squad, and Rookie's gone! LNG set it up beautifully. Multiple threats as Zika's diving the backline looking for Photic. He's got barrier, but is it enough? The answer is no. Shanji finds Zika in the death realm. Revenge is all Shanji can hope for. Zika dodging, looks for the claw, but he gets a heal in the last second. The primal surge keeps Zika alive. LNG indomitable.
5.5k damage coming out of this Cassante in the previous fight, and LNG are sprinting for the Baron. Such decisive play from the get-go for LNG, and it's a great side to have especially as your first game in the Ascent group versus NIP as well. It's gonna pop in a ward potentially for Aki to try and steal, but I don't think Aki will get anywhere near that pit. Maybe he will.
He's going to try. He's going to try. He gets into the bit. It's 2K on the Baron, but they just turn around onto Aki. Great play from NIP. Baron secured. Where was this LNG for the entire year? For the entire last couple of years? Where has this squad been? This is gorgeous.
Incredible spot right here from Scout. Sees Swan, a wall, takes him out instantly. Whilst their S of LNG see an overextended rookie and instantly capitalize onto him. He has been, Rookie has had a target on his back for the entire game, and I feel like LNG have been successfully finding that target over and over again. Rookie on the Corki has not been able to put down any damage, and there you go. Season 13 Cassandra is back. Ladies and gents, enjoy.
That last second primal surge from Weiwei as well, but Zika. I mean, Scout keeps trying to make these big plays with his fate sealed, but Zika is taking the limelight every single time. Scout is yet to actually get a single kill just yet. 0-0-9 on the Yone. It's not often you see that, but LNG. I mean, look, I've been a little bit of an LNG hater over the last few years because they have always played so slow and so boring. If they play like this regularly, I am so down. Ult onto Hunk. Scout pulled into the death realm. I'm not sure that's a 1v1 chance she could win, to be honest. Scout just wailing on the health bar. Q3 comes in. The 1v1 is won by Scout, and now the rest of the team picked apart. LNG by 2, and Zika is behind the tower. Voting will fall. LNG, they're massacring NIP.
I love how they have the confidence to push forward. They've got 10,000 gold lead in their pockets, and they're just slamming NIP with it. LNG clearing up versus NIP in that game number 1. No mercy. Rook and Swall alive. I don't know if they can defend.
I don't think they can. Hung has been so on point with his hooks across this game as well. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. LNG are just going to end the game right here, right now. 5 seconds until Aki comes up, but the Nexus will be focused. Rookie barely survives. Dwar not so lucky. Nexus down. LNG just won a game in under 27 minutes. I bet you didn't expect that.
Incredible showing right here from LNG. So decisive. My question is, and it will remain, for the side of NIP, because that looked like a mess from top to bottom. You had Dwar running into Nautilus multiple times. Yeah. You had Shanji with a very disastrous, unfortunate level 1. But my question here remains, what happens when Rookie doesn't get ahead to give that head start to the team? And as we saw, NIP seems to fall apart when that happens.
I love this like full double dive from the Cassandra Yone as well. So entertaining to watch during those team fights. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll find out if NIP have more in the tank. But honestly, if LNG can play like that consistently, they're looking to be a team that climbs those standings once more. Let's see if they can do it twice.
Memory remains, worlds falling away. Some tell me now the fortune of the realm. Come on, I say now to wipe out all the traitors. The earth trembled as we gathered ashore for the lands we swore to hold. For our kingdom glorious. Some tell me now the fortune of the realm. Come on, I say now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious. echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, we retreat, but we'll live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember. Gone is our home now. It's only memories.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL, to the Rumble stage, to LNG 1-0 over NIP, to LNG winning a game in sub 27 minutes, playing aggressive, playing decisive, playing in a way that I don't think I've seen in months.
Absolutely, and I feel like my favorite was when Scout just shut down Rookie. Rookie could just not get the advantage in laning phase there for NIP, collapsed around it, and Zika. That level 1 from Shanji was so disastrous, but whenever there's a mistake, someone has to catch it and make an advantage for themselves. And Zika gave us glimpses of season 13 Cassante, I want to say.
I mean, Zika was an absolute monster on this pick. Him and Scout as like those dive buddies threatening the backline of NIP. Fantastic stuff. But also, this sheer decisiveness in those fights, Zika often being the one starting the fights and taking kills off the back of it, but also then LNG taking objectives off the back of that, really pushing to try and end the game as fast as possible. Like, really refreshing to see from a team that typically have played very, very slow, played around map trades, played around sort of late game macro as opposed to trying to brute force things. This felt brute force and it felt good to watch.
Yeah, they did have a lot of good matchups as well. Scout with the Yone into the Corki. You get pretty good trades after level 3, level 4, especially after your first item when you get access to third blade of the Ruin King. Then you can go side lane. Shanji could not stop Scout. We saw him put him once into the ult, and that was Shanji's downfall right there. And of course, you've got the Nautilus into an Ashe Rakan lane. Pretty strong right there. Whoever you hook, you can take pretty favorable trades. And I feel like overall, even though LNG, I felt like came out of this draft very favorable overall. I feel like the way they played through lanes, the way against Scout, shut down Rookie, didn't allow him to play his game, again brings back the question: what happens when NIP does not have mid lane control? Someone has to step up.
They certainly do. And I tell you what, LNG stepped up today. NIP now have to answer that. Like you say, what happens if Rookie falls behind? Or not even behind, just not ahead either. Now, LNG, over on the blue side, they're going to ban away the Ashe, the Leona, the Yone, a lot of the tools from the previous game. Renekton and Zyra still going to be taken off the board by NIP, but Tristana and Corki both available here.
Ooh, I sense maybe a handshake here, the Yone ban. Kind of tells him that Scout might want to go towards something like a Corki over in the mid lane. Yone is that one matchup that you definitely do not want to be playing into, specifically after we saw how it went over in game number 1. Brand is going to be the last ban here, and oh wow, we forgot about this Yordle.
That's, dare I say, a rookie mistake to leave the Rumble open, and suddenly it's locked in by Zika. He's only played it once so far this split, but it doesn't really matter. We know how insanely strong that pick is right now. NIP at least get their pick out of Tristana versus Corki, but you know that the Corki will instantly be locked in by Scout to answer it. Rookie gets that Tristana. looks like Ezreal will be the priority for voting.
Yeah, I love that Ezreal on Photic as well. A little bit more self-sufficiency right there. I'm expecting NIP to go with a composition right here that is a little bit more on the 4 carries spectrum, if you will, and just swap playing that one engaged tanky champion. Every time I see Ezreal, that's kind of what I feel like, everyone for themselves kind of composition. However, LNG, since they have picked that Rumble up on the top side of the map, they're looking for a little bit more structure, a little bit more engaged, and Sejuani gives you just that.
Certainly does. And it also takes it away from Aki, importantly, because that's something that Aki literally first picked on the blue side.
I don't think he wants it again. He's like, free me. Free me from this hell. Free me from the B1 Sejuani
To be
hell.
fair, his Sejuani looked fine. I don't think his Sejuani was the issue in the previous game. Like, the early game looked fine, and it will be the Maokai, the other AP, non-AP jungler. The sort of non-committal AP jungler. Similar to that Sejuani in that you are an engaged tool as opposed to a main damage source.
Funnily enough, Aki has played both iterations. He's played the Liandry's Maokai, but he's also played the tank Maokai in this season. And we'll see what he will choose to go towards. Usually when there's too many tank targets on the other side, you definitely do not want to be one of the squishy engaged members. So we'll see maybe the tank Maokai coming out here, because there is double AD carry already locked in for NIP.
We'll see what that's going to end up looking like. As the K'Sante band away, trying to reduce options that can mitigate this Rumble. Obviously, Shanji very, very solid on that K'Sante. We've seen it time and time again. Zika showing us the power of K'Sante in game number 1 as well. But the Kai'Sa removed off of the board. Perhaps you could ban something like a Ziggs as well if you want to, although you do already have 2 AP on the side of LNG. Whether they'd want a Ziggs is a different question. Jhin instead, trying to get rid of things that can follow up from range from the side of LNG.
Dare I say that an Ornn could potentially be a pretty quote-unquote good neutralizer going up towards the top side of the map. Ornn, of course, does not beat Rumble, but he's one of those picks that you lose very gracefully on, and you can provide a lot of hard engage for your team while surviving a lot of the assault that Rumble brings your way towards the top side of the map.
I'm pretty sure, you know, I think Mordekaiser does pretty well into Rumble in the actual 1v1. Because you can, you know, in the 1v1, you just go into the Death Realm after Equalizer, and the Equalizer ceases to exist, right? So you do well in the 1v1. It's just whether or not you bring enough to the team fights, because the Equalizer will still exist for the rest of your team. Rookie going old school. We've got a Rise in the mid lane for Rookie. Wait, no, is this top Rise?
Sure. Is this top lane Rise?
It's Tristana's already looked in. It's got to be top lane Rise, right, against the Rumble?
Absolutely. Wave clear machine on the top side. You walk into the wave, you get chunked. That's what Rise does. Braum getting locked in right here. There is so much protection and area of control, if you will, from the side of NIP. However, LNG have got such long range. Their engage, their damage is all very, very long range. Both teams equipped with very good tools, I would say, for engage and disengage.
So this is something Shanji has played once before in his career. It was a loss. He went 0-1-0. I don't know what happened in that game, that he was just not a part of it.
It doesn't seem like he was very invested in this game.
No, it seems not. I guess just in the side lanes. Let's see how this one's going to go down. Who knows, honestly? Oh, no! The handshake fumble. It's a disaster on the stage. I don't really know what to make of these compositions. On the one hand, we've got a very standard composition with this Senna, with this Sejuani, blah, blah, blah. But then we've got this Rise coming into the mix on the side of NIP. Whether it goes top or mid, I guess you could theoretically swap the Tristana around as well. But I would imagine the Rise is going top lane here for Shanji. Let's see if this is enough of a curveball to throw LNG's comp.
Just as you said that you enjoyed LNG's fast pace taking the game over to NIP in game number 1, they hit you with the Senna, the Corki, the Rumble. Slow scaling wins the game. However, that Senna can be a roaming Senna as well. You can leave that Nautilus down in the bot lane and assist your jungler or your top laner. And it's going to be of huge importance to shut down that Rise early on. So you can definitely pivot the Senna to the top side.
So it's going to be that Rise for Shanji. Here we go, game 2. Let's see how this one's going to go down.
秒到达战场。
Reasonably strong gyos on both sides, despite NIP having the home crowd advantage here. I mean, all I can think about is Shanji at the top side here. Photic getting really aggressive onto Gala, hunting deep in the jungle. Will spot each other out. So the invade is known here by LNG. Hung moving around. And it looks like it's not going to lead to too much aside from maybe some vision. Chuo doesn't actually have a ward though. Okay, Rookie drops the ward onto the red buff in the end. And Aki going to start on his own top side.
Brom, a very strong tool to invade level 1. Having that Q available. Especially when you have 2 AD carriers with you. That can proc it really, really fast. Someone could end up paying with one of their summoners very early on. Gala very aware that potentially the red buff could be started from the side of NIP. However, it's not going to be the case. They know that NIP is starting their own jungle. And again, my eyes are mainly on that top side of the map because I did see Scorch onto Shanji's Rise as well. And here's the deal, right? Rumble is so strong, especially into melee champions, because he does 2-in-1. Whilst he's pushing the wave against you, he also gets to trade you within the wave. He gets overheated, his auto attacks are really strong, so he can keep trading. He's got an inbuilt shield, he's got wave push while trading. He's got all the good tools to be able to trade within a wave. However, Rise is a champion that's known to absolutely demolish waves. And not only that, if you get caught up in the wave, you also take the trade yourself. So a pretty good reply right here from Sanji. Pretty interested to see how it turns out.
Does seem like there's a little bit of Rise top lane in solo queue at the minute from a few different players coming on through. Generally speaking, Rod of Ages, you know, Archangel's Deathcap, this kind of fairly standard historic Rise build, nothing too cheesy. It's not going to be like Tank Rise or anything, or maybe it is. Maybe I'm speaking too soon. Aki going for an invade on this bottom side. The vision was denied, and Wei for that matter, back away from the red buff.
Wei times 2.
Yeah, Wei's on his Krugs, and we'll just finish that one off. I didn't see if the ward got cleared, and there's too many people standing on it to be able to see whether it's in that brush, but Aki will finish the red buff and walk away with that one. And a plate down for Photic in the bottom side. Nice little start here from NIP.
Very nice invade. Taking in consideration all the pressure that Photic and Zwo have been putting down that both side of the map. Again, Ezreal seems like one of the most oppressive AD carries that we have right now in the meta. 2022, played by New in the top lane.
A while ago, isn't it? And I mean,
V5, wow, versus TT.
I mean, it's now being played by NIP, which is the organization that took V5's spot, the kind of rebrand as bit of damage onto Hung, bit of damage onto Gala as well. Not quite able to proc the second stun here. Gala just stacking. Oh, Photic forced flash. Gala getting as many souls as possible as Wei Wei moves into the play.
Here.
Photic has no flash, but Wei Wei doesn't commit to the play. I was sure that was a kill angle.
They were maybe cautious that there might be a Maokai on this side of the jungle. However, if you look on the inventory, Aki has already back his crystal and his boots. So they were actually worried that Maokai could be around the bottom of the map. However, Rookie's in trouble now. Has to jump away.
He'll be okay.
Get out of any shenanigans, but that will be double scuttle crab for Wei Wei.
Certainly will be. Wei Wei just going between lanes here. Oh, I think the scuttle crab's already taken on the top side by Aki.
Oh, it has been. You're right.
But Wei Wei just cruising around the map, trying to find impact in these lanes. Won't actually be able to get any, though, for the time being. Went down to that bottom side, but the summoners were already burnt in the 2v2, so won't be his impact directly. We'll see how this Sejuani does. You know, it was first pick for NIP in the previous game, and now it's the takeaway from the side of LNG in game number 2. We'll see. We'll keep our eyes on that matchup. Shanji so far, even in CS, on that top side in the Rise versus Rumble matchup, as Aki starts this Drake up. You can see the reset came through from Gala and Hung, so this should be fairly easy. Oh, the phosphorus bomb. Just a pixel away from cancelling the recall from Rookie.
Rookie got his still caps. And back into this game.
Man, this is a
We'll feel a
fast
little bit more
Drake.
safe.
It's like Fast and Furious episode 19.
Oh, come on,
trying to
man.
burn
It's like
it down.
a small tree trying to take down a dragon. How many times have you seen that happen? Aki just about loses the fight with the dragon. Obviously, jokingly here. He'll take one for NIP. However, when one neutral objective goes down, usually the other side gets traded. However, NIP right here are actually looking to push in that mid lane and potentially deep their feet into this river.
Looks like they maybe want to test. Botic actually has a TP on the Ezreal as well, but he's already used it, so won't be available for this play. And with Gala being a part of the play, I mean, Senna so often means early grubs because you just bring so much power to those early skirmishes. You can help your top laner get prio before the movement over towards the objective, so Senna just invaluable in these situations.
Usual objectives are going to be traded. Oh, Rookie is trying to trade onto Scout this time around. And I feel like we don't talk a lot about the Tristana versus Corki matchup because it is a pretty handshake matchup in terms of pushing down the wave. Both of these two champions can pressure the wave pretty quickly. However, with the Tristana, oh, I don't know if Heng wanted to take that like you right there onto Photic. Might have cost him his flash.
Yeah, he's okay though. Walked away with his life. Photic buffers it. As he'll be able to just crash another wave, and that'll be a TP down bot from Hung just to catch this next wave. So far, Photic though quite happily just farming up. Gala 30 souls at 7 minutes, so not doing too shabby. As you obviously speed up the pace at which you collect souls as the game goes on. But a very, very quiet. I feel like we've returned to what we expect from LNG. However, in the previous game, I think there were only like 1 or 2 kills on the scoreboard. At this point, it was once that second round of grubs came up onto the map. Then just mayhem ensued from that point. I wonder if we're going to see a similar thing in here in game number 2, or if we do return to LNG being LNG.
That is very true. However, in game number 1, I feel like NIP was quote-unquote turtling, trying to mend the wounds that had been active on them from the very early game. However, NIP here are on pretty even ground from the very get-go. Now, you would think, yeah, okay, Ezreal, Tristana, and that Ryze scale really, really well. However, Senna is an infinite scaling champion. So the further you go into that late game, not only does he get range, so she will be outranging every single champion on the side of NIP, but also the damage will become very, very unbearable. And you do have Maokai to be able to engage. However, none of your champions have access to that backline onto Gala's Senna.
No, Gala gonna be won't be under too much threat during these fights, if I can get my words out. That said, though, front to back is pretty terrifying for NIP. They just don't.
Yeah.
They don't have that much engage. Obviously, Maokai gives you some level of engage, but there's not really anyone that wants to be charging forwards off of the back of the Maokai ult, aside from maybe Maokai himself. He will be going full tank in this one. But yeah, if you can just be hitting that front line, you'll do big damage. Photic, just winning the trade against Gala. True Shot Barrage is a little bit of a whiff, though. Not going to be the end of the world for him. Don't know if he was hooked there or if he was able to buffer it as we moved back towards the mid lane. But LNG absolutely turning it on in game number 1. Wei Wei wants to find Aki, but he's found Zhuo as well. I don't know if this is the fight he was looking for as Shanji moves over. Zika comes in,
burning.
but sets up for Gala's ultimate, the Dawning Shadow. And I think it dawned on NIP that this was not the play.
Fire versus tree. Who do you think wins? Quick.
Tree.
3, 2, 1, go.
Is it tree?
No, it's fire. It's fire. You chose wrong.
Nightmare.
It is absolutely fire. All right, and Zika, doesn't get to be the one that receives the kill. The 300 Gs that came from that went over to Wei Wei, completes his first item as well. And I felt like Wei Wei gave me glimpses of a hacker there, where he just jumps into a river, but he's like, oh wait, this is not my scene. Gets absolutely caught. But it was the other meme this time around. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Aki ends up going down. And yeah, the pace is very, very slow. However, that absolutely benefits the side of LNG.
Yeah, I think
Typically, they're a much slower team, right? That's what we're used to. You kind of cursed it. You said, hey, they went so fast in game number 1, and right here, they've slowed down the pace, and rightly so. They've got so much scaling on their team, so much ease of execution front to back.
that's the key thing, right? Is the criticisms I've had for LNG is that they're slow. But, oh, again!
Ooh.
2 games in a row, this 6th grub is denied by a true shot barrage. The same thing happened from Gala in the previous game. That is ridiculous.
They still managed to get the 5, so they'll be pretty happy with that. And as you can see, there is so much pressure on the map as well. NIP will trade, however, ooh, the ward.
Here we go, Zika behind enemy lines. Photic has flash available, gets another plate for himself. Depth charge is going to land, and the hook will be able to follow it up as well. Zika just melts Photic here. And, I mean, gifting a kill over to Rumble this early in the game. You absolutely love it for the side of LNG.
That was a great great TP, don't get me wrong, but who's gonna hold down that bot side of the map? As you can see, Weiwei's pinging it, trying to stop Ryze. My eyes were on Scout because she does have the TP. However, the Ryze does not push towers that fast. Wasn't able to get quite that 3rd tower plating, and topside tower absolutely melted. So not only does LNG pull out a very proactive play off of Zika's back right there, Zika's the recipient of the kill, and they get another tower plating on the top side.
Zika just ults the wave as well, so there's no counter push available. Shenji, I believe, got an auto in there, so we'll get the 3rd plate on the bottom side. So not too devastating of a trade for them. In terms of plates, they've ended up even. Shanji's actually going to stick around as well. Let's try and get closer to that Rod of Ages, I think, before heading back to base if he possibly can. But all things considered, fairly even in this early game. The 2 Drakes for NIP, significant. The 5 Grubs for LNG, significant, especially with Scout having that Corki for a side lane. The question will be, can NIP speed things up? Do they want to speed things up? Because we're talking about LNG's scaling and the fact that, you know, they've got the Rumble, they've got the Poke coming out. Senna, obviously, an incredible scaling champion. But Ezreal scales exceptionally well. Tristana does. Ryze is a late-game monster. Like, that's kind of the old memes about Ryze, is that he does nothing until later on in the game, and then QE, you're all dead. So there's a reasonable argument for NIP not really wanting to increase the pace themselves.
There was a very interesting conversation. I feel like LS brought it up at some point, and it was more around, ooh, okay, TP to save the dive, and that's going to be it. Go back to the conversation. He was mentioning about, when does your team scale all together? When do your champions want to fight? Do they want to fight on 1 item, 2 items, or is it too chaotic? Talking about chaotic.
It's when Hung goes for a face check. That's when Photic's here DPSing, as is Rookie. The Aftershock bought some time for Hung, and he's still alive, but a snipe with a Mystic shot turns it around. Rookie will go down. Scout has the W on him, but no follow-up. It's 1 for 1.
Aki and Swole just about got out with their life. So much damage came through right there from Scouts. Corki. Absolutely insane. He's going to be only the 1 for 1. But yeah, back to your conversation. I feel like if you're Ryze, you definitely want to go as late game as possible. However, I feel like Trinity Force is a pretty potent item onto the likes of an Ezreal to want to fight around those objectives, to want to put down the poke before anyone else is allowed to build any of those defenses. However, your Tristana does like her 2 items, your Ryze likes a few more. So I feel like for NIP, there isn't really a right answer right here. Whilst LNG, they can go as late game as possible, and they will be ever scaling.
See, Shanji gets that phase rush and just absolutely books it out of the top lane. Hung's been found again. Aftershock proved to be a problem for NIP in the previous engage. This time, though, there's no reinforcements coming, and Hung nowhere out of the play. Rookie gifted that kill as Photic went for a reset. That'll be tower in the top side. Shanji walking away with his life here. LNG maybe want to try and continue pushing. They've got a Herald for that top side, and okay. TP forced out by Rookie here. There's a bit of damage on that tower as well. Scout moves over, and no Herald committed in the top side.
A little bit of a head scratcher right there in terms of Hang going onto that bot side quadrant. Sure, he wanted to put down some vision, but he had 3 teammates up top lane. Scout was in mid lane pushing. You don't see anyone else on the map other than Sanji on this rise, so you do know that that bot lane was pushed by Ezreal. Surely his teammates are somewhere around setting up vision, especially since the dragon is coming up. NIP would want that deep vision, so an overstep right there from Hank gives over a kill to Rookie, who arguably he's not been having the easiest series up against Scout. He hasn't been that driving force that he's known to be on NIP so far.
Scout's done a good job to mitigate Rookie's pressure when Rookie has been in form so far this split.
Talking about Rookie's pressure.
Yeah, speaking of NIP, they got the first 2 Drakes of the game. And so for this third one, they look to play opposite. Photic going to be hooked in. Oh, but he buffers it and then flashes over the wall. Everything used by LNG. Aki's ultimate, not the greatest I've ever seen. But playing, assuming that they actually hit their CC and continue diving.
They see Rookie towards the tops of the map. They know there is no teleport for that Tristan. They're going to TP Zika mid and play for the tempo play on the Dragon.
So LNG should be able to get this Drake for themselves. They're looking for the tier 1 in the bot side as well, and they're looking for a tier 1 mid too. In the meantime, Rookie looking on the top side, but Aki's been caught. Went way too far forwards, and this will be a tier 2 in the mid lane if they're not careful. Photic gets a true shot barrage. Oh, Zika so close, but can't quite finish the kill. And now LNG move back over to that Drake. They didn't quite finish the tier 2.
The seed is right there as well. From Aki. Doesn't quite proc it. You know, at the very beginning of this season, I looked at NIP and I looked at the very first game. And I said out loud, I think NIP is the best macro team in the LPL right now. They brought back the lane swaps. They actually studied how macro worked with all the potential lane swaps around the map. Saying that, hold on a minute, because NIP are tipping in for the fight.
Joel jumps over to his team. The facial vision, not the greatest, and that's going to be a big cooldown now. That should signal Drake for LNG, you'd imagine. Glacial Prison on cooldown, so is Depth Charge, but I don't think it matters too much because I'm not sure there's really any way for NIP to get in and contest True Shot Barrage. Surely not. Surely? Okay. The Observer's just completely baiting me. We've seen 2 Grub Steals from True Shot Barrages, and then the Observer zoomed in on him. Oh, I thought that was going to be the one.
LNG have been pulling NIP all around the map. They're always ahead of the play. They're pulling teleports for proactive plays. And even though we're used to LNG taking it slow and steady, every single time NIP has misstepped, LNG has punished instantly. They're focusing on taking the neutral objectives that are on their side of the map. They're playing around their very, very strong members. Hangwei and Gala as 3, taking control of both the rivers.
Step way too far forwards here. The route will buy a second of time, but that's all it'll buy. Aki now just going to accept his fate. Zika grabs the kill, as Rookie did manage to escape with his life. But again, so many players just getting caught alone and being picked off by either team. We saw it with Hung earlier on. Now we see it with Aki. Pulled in as they look for a little bit more. Weiwei's not that tanky just yet, though, and Photic is hammering this damage out.
You see, as the time goes by, this Ezreal is just going to get stronger and stronger. 2,500 gold up on his AD carry counterpart. However, this is not the most realistic because this is a Senna and non-farming Senna, so you would see that gold lead pull apart, whatever the AD carry on that side anyway. It is what NIP actually do with this, because you look on the top side of the map, Fire versus Tree, 2-0 so far. Fire has won twice. Tree has won 0 times, and Zika is 3-0-1 on a champion that we usually see permaban here in the LPL.
I will say, Zika is very ahead and very, very strong right now. He's only 400 gold ahead, though, because look at Shanji's farm. He is more than 10 CS per minute on this rise. He's 4 minutes away from his Rod of Ages, stacking up. He's already stacked his Archangels as well. This rise is starting to get to the point where he really does become a DPS machine in these team fights. I mean, 3 items on Ezreal, Ryze, and Tristana. They're all devastating carries. I do feel like Shanji's had a quiet game so far, but this is the counter pick I was keeping my eyes on right at the start. And once again, we're getting to the point where perhaps we start to see its impact on the game now. Hung going to be knocked up, and they will be able to follow up with this stun, but knocked towards the tower by Aki. Hung will walk away with his life. Bit of damage. Roots come across the team as well to try and disengage, but that equalizer is huge. And Aki falls. Shanji pulled from over the wall, knocked up, will be stunned. That's going to be another one. Scout grabs that kill. And NIP, they're just giving over freebies at this point.
Ooh, and this could be the Baron as well. Aki down for another 20 seconds, 35 for Shanji. That's not the TP, but it might be too little too late. Rookie and Photic, very importantly alive here for NIP. Can they poke enough?
Can they do it? 3v5 for the Baron. Photic trying to get as much damage down as he can. True Shot Barrage on cooldown though as Joel moves in, but a TP. Rookie dives onto Gala, looks for a kill to start it all off, and he will find it.
He got it.
That's one reset. Photic moves in as well. 4v2 now, but back onto the Baron they go, and that will be Baron taken by LNG. NIP, all they get is a trade of kills.
That was very clean from LNG. They take the numbers advantage, 3 versus 5 to their favor. Smite down for
Rookie's
NIP
hunting.
as well, and Rookie's praying, Rookie's looking.
Okay, sees the two coming.
Wait, he's
backs
not.
away.
Where'd he go?
Yeah.
Oh,
He was hoping for a single target. He's not been spotted just yet. And Scout is on the wave. This should be an opportunity to pick off Scout here.
TP?
Weiwei stuck around just in case something was happening. And Scout gets a TP of his own as Rookie's the one to go down instead. And Aki's alone on the play. Scout still surviving. Scout still surviving. LNG cannot be stopped.
absolutely insane coordination. You saw everyone from LNG covering for Scout to not get killed by the Rise right there. 4-0-2 for the LNG mid laner, and LNG faithfuls line up because LNG look on absolute fire today. 6,000 gold in the lead. They're gonna take yet another tower, and they'll still have around 2 minutes on that Baron to cause havoc on the map. 30 seconds for the next Dragon, and knowing that the Baron is up, they've got the pressure, they can put down the vision, they'll take the next Dragon too. And this is all NIP, they've got the right idea. Scout doesn't have a lot of mana, but Rookie jumps too far forward and gets instantly annihilated.
I mean, great play from Weiwei to play Peel here. Shanji so close to finishing the job, but just blocked. And then Aki can't quite finish it either. Scout gets away on 100 HP right there, and the LNG fans are loving every second of this one. And now LNG continue sieging. Photic, good little buffer on the E to keep himself safe. But with Baron in pocket, and with a Senna as well, they've got so much range to siege with. This is easy pickings for LNG on the inhib towers.
They've got a wave pushing in the mid lane, with Shanji's taken care of right now, and LNG's wave is about to crash towards that bot side of the map as well.
I mean, they've got 5 grubs, so they only need a couple of hits on the tower and it will chunk it out. Hung have to tank the roots for his team, but the cannons, just buffed up by the Barons, will slowly but surely get the job done. Hung just going to stand in front of that cannon so that Photic can't clear it. Hung's pretty tanky. I mean, he's not that tanky. Photic does a lot of damage and realizes he can't just tank this forever. The next wave on its way, though.
Because there's another wave coming, yeah.
Exactly. And now LNG, they'll break the space open. And that will be the bottom inhib, likely to follow. NIP looking for an opportunity. Whoa, toying with the idea of a Hex Gate there. I'm not sure if that was a misclick. As Weiwei looks for an engage, it's just going to hit onto Draw's Unbreakable, though. But Zik has pushed up in the mid lane. LNG just cruising through the mid game here. They won game number 1 of this series at 27 minutes on the clock. They've just broken 2 inhibitors. They've run out of Baron. I think they were toying with the idea of the Hex Gate out, but too much damage coming on in. Didn't want to leave anyone behind. True Shot Barrage, it's onto 3. NIP potentially trying to punish here, but I'm not really sure there's a way for them to start the fight. And not to mention, there's a bonus little Drake there for LNG if they want it.
NIP are looking lifeless. LNG are pulling a Fnatic Bush right here. NIP, luckily for them, they're not going to walk into it, but this NIP looks so lifeless. There's no side lane pressure, there are no flanks, there are no playing through pockets of war. Rookie has not won his lane in 2 games back-to-back versus Scout, and when that happens, NIP seems to be falling apart. There is no reply. There's nothing coming out of bot lane. Aki hasn't managed to find any targets. He's 0-5 on this Maokai, and Shanji on the counter pick that we saw on the Rise into the Rumble hasn't necessarily worked into NIP's favor yet. It's just so difficult for this Rise to walk up and find the space to DPS. How do you reach Senna and Corki behind that Sejuani?
That's how.
And a Nautilus
That ward,
wall?
right? Yeah. Okay, Gala spots. I was like, the observers being a little bit too keen. I suspect that the observers see everything like 3 seconds before we do, because they always spot the TP wards right before a TP comes in. So I'm never sure when
they're
the
just too
observers
clever.
zoom in. Maybe they are. Maybe they are. 11-3. I mean, this is... If LNG don't win this one at this point, it's a massive throw from their perspective. 2 inhibs already taken. They're looking for Dwalt as well. Unbreakable available for him as they look towards Rookie instead, but Dwalt just is not tanky enough. Neither's Aki. The damage out from this LNG comp is insane, and Redemption keeps them alive as well. Shanji trying to get some damage out. Photic and Rookie both ready to fire on all cylinders, but LNG still 5 strong.
That was your chance, NIP. It doesn't get any better than this.
TP.
LNG just dives under the tower. 4 members, the 5th one TPing in. Can NIP defend?
I don't think so. That's the tower going down. Rookie low on HP, and a pull in comes through. There's a depth charge onto Photic as well. NIP scattered, but they can't even flee. Hung won't let them. 3 inhibs taken. LNG, the placement games, they didn't mean anything. They didn't mean squat. They made it into Group Ascend, and now that they're here, they are here to play. LNG dominant in game number 1, dominant in game number 2. Nexus, Bear, Rookie, and Aki desperately trying to defend, but there's nothing to be done. The Nexus will fall, and LNG start the group stage 1-0.
What a great first series showing from LNG. You see the names on this roster and you know they're made for great things. You can say any name and people will know the name, but they have been so inconsistent the entire year, and this is a statement win. People wanted them at MSI. People want to see them at Worlds. They just about made it into the upper group. Just about. Tying up on that 2nd place, and right here, that is a very, very, very decisive victory. Quick 2-0. They absolutely disposed of NIP.
I mean, the question has to be asked at this point. With Weibo dominating in their series and somehow just obliterating JDG, I can't really believe that happened. And now LNG coming in and doing the same thing to NIP. Maybe it's like, you know, there's the old rumors of, you know, we don't try until after Chinese New Year. Well, maybe this is the summer Chinese New Year. Maybe the placement games, everyone was taking it easy, and now we're in the proper groups. It's time to play. LNG show up. Weibo showed up as well. Fantastic bit of game. Like 2 27-minute wins. 2 27-minute wins from LNG. I never thought I would say those words again, but here we are. 2-0 LNG, and everybody looking in form.
And I feel like for LNG, it wasn't even, like, the second game wasn't even slow. It was so calculated, and every single time from NIP, somebody was overextended. Zika was very willing to pull TPs. Scout was very willing to put TPs. The entire team was extremely proactive when they saw the opening, and I really want to celebrate this kind of LNG because we have not seen it appear on our screens consistently, but that was a very, very decisive back-to-back 2 games that they showed the exact same face. They were very reserved early on, not making any mistakes. The second there was an opening, they punished and they never let go. But for me, I'm still gutted for NIP. Because I see that every time their mid lane doesn't do well, every time Rookie is not rookieing all over the Rift, NIP look lost. And there has to be an answer, because Rookie is not always going to get the counter matchup. He's not always going to win his lane.
Especially if the meta continues to be AP junglers. Because, like, even if, like, let's say they win the series today and whatever, right? Because they were allowed to play Sejuani, they were allowed to play Maokai. If you do rely on the Sejuani and the Maokai and this style of jungle, when it comes to playoffs, when it comes to best of 5s, you're just going to be banned out. You're going to be forced onto these AP carries if that's the meta. Like, there are no 2 ways about it. We've seen it time and time again over the years when it comes to, you know, like old OMG, like just getting bans onto Cream was the way to defeat that team. You can easily see a scenario where that's the case for this NIP. They need to figure something out. This like hard force style that's slightly against the meta, I don't think it's going to work for long. I mean, it didn't work today, but and I guess LNG were quite happy to match them in that style.
I feel like my biggest concern for NIP right here, as I mentioned in game, is that I saw their very first series of Summer and I was like, wow, this team looks like they have the best macro in the LPL right now. And it makes sense. They were the guys that brought back the lane swaps. They studied the lane swaps. They know exactly the timers of everyone walking down the lane, when they need to swap, where they need to be. And ever since the lane swaps disappeared, if they feel lifeless. They feel like their macro has disappeared with them, and it's just very hard and tough to see, because these were the guys with one of the best macro movements, so quick-witted on the Rift. Their decision-making was on point, and their development throughout spring all the way to playoffs really showed up. And for them to just be crumbling through the groups right now is definitely not what you want to see for NIP. And again, the rise coming through and the creativity, I love to see this. It just looked very lifeless, as if there was no shot calling, there was no willingness to move forward, go for plays on the Rift.
Yeah, really tough one. This rise pick as well for Shanji, not working at all by the end of things. As I think that was a nullification orb that actually stopped the True Shot Mirage from finishing the kill there. Yeah, I mentioned before Shanji's stats on this rise. He played one game, but he was 0-1-0. He's now played 2 games, and the second one was 0-3-0. So still yet to have any kill participation on this rise pick across 2 different games. Perhaps one to retire at this point.
Oof. Last words right here. No more rise for you, Shanji. It's kind of like the Canyon Nidalee meme. Only the very few select get to play this kind of champions. But I'll agree with you, it didn't look very strong in this particular game. However, I don't know whether to pinpoint things, because even Rookie, as you can see right here, this is not peak Rookie. Him jumping straight into the jaws of a shark is not very Rookie-esque of him.
Yeah.
He knows how to play around Fog of War. He's been very sneaky. He always gets the great flanks. And today was just not a Rookie day, not necessarily on form. Scout was able to shut him down in the laning phase. And I'm not talking shut him down in terms of like solo killing him or being the absolutely most superior mid laner, but pinning down Rookie in lane when he's most likely the best laning mid laner that we have in the LPL currently, excluding this game, this series rather, is a huge feat to do for Scout. Somebody who has been on an up and down trajectory, I want to say, throughout the entire year.
He looked great today, he certainly did, and like you say, being able to mitigate what Rookie can do during that laning phase. Really, really tough series for NIP, but LNG, as far as I can see, they're back, I guess. I daren't say it because we have seen glimmers of this.
Wayboy's back,
but
LNG's back, what's next?
I just don't know whether I can trust what I'm seeing. I don't know if this is actually going to happen more than once, but it looked so clean today that dare I say, like that play you were talking about with Rookie jumping in, like I think that was really well played by LNG as well. Wei stuck around after the Baron take. It was Rookie looking for a cheeky little bonus kill on the back, right? Thinking that Scout had overextended. Wei hides in Fog of War. He does what Rookie does best, right? He does the Rookie to Rookie and playing around that Fog of War. And Zika's ready for that immediate TP. They know that Rookie will look for a cheeky kill there, and they completely bait him in. Like, that is really clean, like, very cerebral play from LNG.
We're not used to seeing this, and again, LNG faithfuls reunite. They, I'm gonna say, seem to be back. I'm not gonna say they're back indefinitely, but they look in a pretty good form. I've loved seeing Scout on those picks as well. His Yone looked fantastic, and even though he was just gathering assists left, right, left, and center, he had so much impact on the map. Every single time you didn't see him on your screen, he was taking a tower on side lanes. This is why I said it felt like, well, I guess this is how you play Sejuani, 4-0-9, and you grab the MVP.
Absolutely. Great ults coming out from him across the game as well. I feel like Wei was the driving force. He was the one first in, last out. Or I say that, I think he was first out in a couple of those fights to not die. But either way, fantastic game from him on the Sejuani. Leading the charge, as I said. So Wei, a deserved MVP off the back of that game.
Yeah, Aki's taking notes right now on how Sejuani looks good. And again, don't get me wrong, I think One is one of the very stronger champions to set up for fights. However, I'm not sure how B1able of a champion it is. And this is what's worrying me again for NIP, the fact that your B1, it used to be either your 80 carry for Photic or a strong mid laner for Rookie. And this time around, the best thing you could come up with was a facilitating jungler for Aki. So something definitely not right today for NIP. We're gonna swoop it away and celebrate LNG being back.
Yeah, LNG, fantastic stuff coming out from them. I'm very impressed with what we've seen today. With that, I believe we have our results for the day. I can't believe the 2 series are already done with. It was a 2-0 to IG in relatively convincing fashion as well, especially that second game. And LNG pretty handedly taking down NIP 2-0. And again, looking stronger in the second game. It feels like both IG and LNG kind of warming up as the day went on, but looking solid to start with as well. Like terrifying form by the end of the 2 series. Fantastic games today. And only 4 of them. I'm a little disappointed that second series didn't go a little bit further. Our next official broadcast will be on Thursday, and you'll be able to witness Ultra Prime versus RA, followed by NIP once again, this time in a rematch from Group D against AL.
Ooh, and this is going to be the true test for NIP to feel like if they can go back to these kind of VODs that look really harsh to go through and figure out what went wrong for them, figure out how their proactiveness was shut down by opponents, because AL look like one of the strongest teams, not just in Group D, but in the entirety of LPL right now. So NIP really need to pick up steam if they don't want to be left behind.
I'd say watching the games today, watching AL the other day, I think AL go into that as serious favourites. We'll have to wait and see. That's going to be on Thursday, so make sure you join us then. We're going to have 3 days away from the official broadcast, but plenty more games will be coming your way. I've been Munchables. I've been joined by Troubling, bringing you the games. But that is going to be it from us today. We will see you on the official broadcast on Thursday, and I'm sure we'll see you all around watching the games in between as well. We'll see you guys in Twitch chat for all of that. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.